Chapter 1. Remaining survival time, 167 days and 6 hours, life points, 4965, minus 6000. Rule level supernatural life bank is at your service. Current assets are negative. Please turn losses into profits as soon as possible, otherwise your life will soon go bankrupt. Today's expected income, 0, today's expected expenditure, 1. There are still 17 days until the end of the month, and the current expected repayment is 1,000 points. Please make sure to keep the account balance positive. Lu Pingon woke up from a deep sleep and subconsciously opened his panel. Ah, another day of waking up poor. Lu Pingon was stimulated by the minus 6,000 on the panel as soon as he woke up. Other traversers relied on the system to eat and drink spicy food to reach the peak of their lives, but I was so good that I had a death countdown when I came up. Life points, simple and direct, 1 point a day, and it's over when it returns to 0. I still owe 6,000 points, about 20 years, when I came up, and I must pay 1,000 points every month. If nothing unexpected happens, I will go bankrupt and liquidate in 6 months at most, and I will be directly finished. Hey, this is just a piece of junk, or a Z-level pollutant, a top-level superpower with a super high threat level? It has restricted my freedom of life. What are you mumbling about, Pinyin? It's time to eat. The shouting outside made Lu Pinyin get up helplessly. Since he started living together with that person, staying up late to play games has become history. Today there is a dish you like. With your cooking skills, all dishes are the same. I suspect that your price is to sacrifice your sense of smell. Forget it if you don't want to eat, I'll go feed the cat next door. Eat, eat, eat. Lu Pinyin was a little helpless and lowered his head to eat. Xia Qin sat there, seeming to be happy about the improvement of her cooking skills. Oval face, slightly thick red lips, and slender eyebrows and eyes, no makeup on her face, but with a welcoming vitality and spirit. The short hair that used to be neat is a little messy, and the side bangs of the bob haircut cover the right eye. Even if the face is tired, it is still clean and cheerful, with a beautiful face that people can't mistake gender. The thick lips that make people want to taste the taste, coupled with the mysterious teardrop mole under the left eye, make the first-time visitors feel inexplicably amazed. To Lu Pinyin, the woman in front of him is as beautiful as a flower, with black pupils, short hair, and long legs. She is the type he likes. It would be better if she was not so old-fashioned. What time did you come back last night? After eating a mouthful of rice, Lu Pinyin glanced at the TV. It was a serious pollution accident in a certain shopping mall, and how many people died? 3:30, there is a somewhat troublesome task. Xia Qin yawned. As the deputy captain of the 3rd Special Service Team of the Zion District Abnormal Management Bureau in the ancient city, overtime is the norm, and day and night are reversed. After all, supernatural pollution, crime, etc., come out more at night than during the day. Lu Pinyin sighed and gently patted Xia Qin's shoulder. The next moment, she became energetic at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her originally pale face turned blood red, and her hair regained its luster. She looked energetic, as if she had a good beauty sleep for a day. Thank you. Your ability is really useful. Oh, otherwise, how could I be illegally imprisoned by you? What? What did you say? I put a lot of effort into your residential surveillance application. Without me as a guarantor, you would. After asking for a long time, she still didn't say it out loud. Lu Pinyin knew that the words she saved were obliteration. In a sense, she was able to survive the superscale pollution incident because the deputy captain of the secret keeper in front of her provided a guarantee for herself. Xia Qin stood up excitedly. She felt full of energy and had nothing to do with working overtime for a whole day. So, she went to watch the drama excitedly. I worked the night shift yesterday and I have a day off today. Even if I have recovered, there is no need to be a social animal. But Lu Pinyin glanced at the invisible panel again, and sure enough, he saw the expected life points -1 prompt. Hey, I have to live 1 day less. Lu Pinyin's dam system is not a standard welfare system for time travelers, but a kind of supernatural power in this world. In a sense, it is also a curse on himself. Now Lu Pingin's life bank is -1 every day, and the abilities he can use are only 4 spending money. Life bank sub-ability 1, deferred payment of life. The price that must be paid for life is installments. The current upper limit is 6 installments of 6 months, and the lower limit is 3 installments of 3 days. Sub-ability 2, investing in life. Investing in credit targets, with a guaranteed return rate of 10% and a maximum return rate of 20%. The current investment limit is 3 people, and the investors are Xiaqin, 1 point per day, Thunder Fireblade, 1 point per day. Now Lu Pingin has only these 2 abilities, one worse than the other, especially the latter, which is to give life to others, and sacrifice oneself for others to the point of being uncomfortable. But he just wants to use it, and he has to use it hard, desperately shortening his own life. Isn't it said that if you use more abilities, it is possible to upgrade? I have wasted more than 30 points, why is there still no movement? If he can't awaken new sub-abilities and increase life points, Lu Pingin will definitely be finished in 6 months. If he struggles hard, there may be hope. But if it was just this, Lu Pingin would still hesitate. After all, every point consumed meant 1 day less of life. Chapter 2. At this time, seeing that the clock in the room had reached 8 o'clock, Lu Pingin took a deep breath, lay down on the chair, and prepared to face the impact. System, settle yesterday's income. The settlement is among the income of the investor Xiaqin. Please keep the host in a stable state and start calculating yesterday's investment income. Lu Pingin no longer has the energy to look at his panel. In an instant, too many memories hit his brain, and his whole body seemed to be twitching as if an electric current passed through it. Fuck, what a fierce woman. In the fragments of memory, Captain Xia fought hard and rushed to the front. She beat the little gangsters in the first half of the night and beat the strange monsters in the second half of the night. She beat the monsters and the Grey Society from the west to the east of the city, and the monsters and the Grey Society called her Grandma. These memories are quite fragmented, without any ins and outs, and they are basically all battle scenes. How she beat people, how she exerted force, and how she moved. Gained a small amount of fighting experience, gained a small amount of gunmanship experience, and gained a trace of taboo knowledge. In an instant, the panel was refreshed. After stabilizing, Lu Pingin inexplicably had an urge to go out and beat people. In fact, he did get better at beating people. Fighting, Keeper Style Level 2, 6 out of 100. Gun Skills, Pistol Level 1, 87 out of 100. With this rising experience value as proof, this kid who never fights, now knows how to fight with a gun. This is the return of investment. Lu Pingin used 1 day of his life to exchange for a lot of combat experience and skills, and obtained the professional skills improvement recognized by the system panel. And these professional skills are the stepping stones to higher professional ranks, and he relies on trying to evolve his abilities. When fighting and gun skills reach level 10, I can try to become a gunfighter. Among the first level extraordinary professions, that is relatively easy to use. The next moment, another twitch came, and the share of the second investor arrived. Those who can get Lu Pingin's investment are naturally not ordinary people. This time, it is a certain supernatural professional, a runner. From yesterday's earnings of the investor Leihua Blade, I gained a small amount of running experience, a small amount of breathing skills, and a small amount of spatial perception instincts. Inexplicably, Lu Pingin gained a lot of experience and skills as a Spider-Man in his mind. But what made Lu Pingin happy was the last hint. I gained a small amount of experience in the Black Iron level spell Shrinking the Earth, and the current progress is 58 to 100. This also means that Lu Pingin is getting closer and closer to a real professional. There are still 15 days before the college entrance examination. It seems that I need to find more leaks to harvest experience. That also means that I will be closer to death and have a shorter life. But Lu Pingin is not dissatisfied. After all, every day he lives now is equal to making money for nothing. This matter started 13 days ago when he was still a cancer patient. At that time, he was still struggling to survive until dawn. Chapter 3. If life could be repeated, it should be a great joy. If the end of the previous life was full of pain and terminal cancer, then when you reincarnate into a younger self in a seemingly new world, the joy will be doubled. Is this the chance God gave me to make up for the regrets of my previous life? The biggest regret of Lu Ping'an in his previous life was that he devoted himself to his career and neglected his family. When he had a lot of money, his parents who had worked hard for him also passed away. This time, I will make up for it. Looking at his parents who were at least 30 years younger, Lu Ping'an silently made a vow. It's cancer, in the late stage. The physical examination for precaution gave the same answer, and he collapsed. He quit, gave up, and waited for death. He gave up, but some people didn't. There is no hope without disease, even if it's only 1%. Stupid boy, it's too early to give up. Just because there is a theoretical cure rate, his parents in his hometown gave up everything, sold their house, their property, everything, and even started borrowing money. Oh, should we thank the newly emerging online loan mechanism and low threshold in this era? The old man, who didn't know how to use 2 mobile phones, quickly learned how to borrow money online. He maxed out all the online loans, and then risked his reputation to borrow all he could to collect the hundreds of thousands of yuan for the surgery, as well as the more expensive subsequent treatment fees. That boy, he has been well behaved since he was young. He is our only child. He is very good at studying and has always been our pride. He is our baby. We never expected him to be successful, but we just hope he can live in peace. Doctor. The old father was a farmer who had not studied for many years and had never begged anyone in his life. He lowered his head, handed over a cigarette, forced a smile, and begged the doctor in the corridor. This cigarette, 1.5 yuan, he usually couldn't bear to give it up, but now the opposite side looked down on it. The boy was silent behind the wall. He suddenly felt a little pain and tears came down unconsciously. The mother, who was used to being soft all her life, said the cruelest words in her life to the child who was almost desperate due to illness and begged his parents to give up treatment. You can't give up. If you die, we will go with you. Facing the tearful and threatening mother, Lu Ping'an, who was already just a piece of skin and bones, became even more silent. The gap between the two lives is nothing in front of that familiar and missed face, and the love and care in his heart. He nodded silently, and accepted all reasonable or unreasonable treatments, looking forward to the miracles in the doctor's mouth. But science seems to have no miracles, and the final death sentence is at most half a month. Fortunately, this new world is not only science, but also a supernatural secret realm called pollution. Although the probability of being involved is over, there are always some survivors who not only survived, but also awakened strange abilities. The survival rate is very low, and the probability of awakening superpowers is even lower. The possibility of awakening superpowers is just the possibility of curing cancer, at least it is not zero. So he became a night walker. Using all means, dragging the sick body, looking for the secret realm leading to death. This time, a miracle really came. He found the secret realm and lived to the end in the secret realm. But the miracle was only half done. His life bank ability could only spend money but not make money. It just changed from a death sentence to a slow death. He had to improve his ability as soon as possible and find a way to earn life points. Enough. Enough. As long as there is a chance to live, there is still hope. It's just that this residential surveillance is annoying. What's more troublesome is that the secret realm he seemed to have entered was particularly outrageous, a so-called God-level secret realm, a ZZZ-level pollutant. As a result, he, a survivor, became the target of surveillance by the relevant departments, and Miss Xiaoqin, a deputy captain of the local secret keeper, became the cohabitant of the surveillance party. In Xiaoqin's view, this surveillance was just a formality. I also have my own life, and I can't waste it on you all the time. Become a secret keeper. Only by becoming a professional secret keeper, you are not a threat but a partner, and it is possible for you to gain freedom. Before that, I will use a guarantee to repay your life-saving grace in the secret realm. After a few years, Lu Ping'an, who had been polluted, was either finished or became his colleague, and there would naturally be changes. Only Lu Ping'an himself knew that this vigilance was not redundant at all, and even a little insufficient. The decision of the relevant departments is not wrong at all, the pollution will only be covered by higher-level pollution. From the perspective of the general public, killing himself directly may be the best choice. In fact, even if the report mentioned the lowest threat level Z, near God level, and the highest threat level reached ZZZ, God level, they still underestimated Lu Pingan's specialness. In the secret realm, he obtained more than just the rule-level supernatural power that concealed most of the truth. He also held in his hand the key that could easily destroy the city. Open it, the secret realm that belongs to me. A silver key, that is the key to the secret realm bound to his soul, and it is a component of his God-level supernatural power. Open the door for your master, the forgotten courtyard. Hi, how are you, my prisoner of God? The next moment, the world was distorted. Chapter 4. The scenery of another world appeared in front of me. The circular classical arena seemed to be in disrepair. The wall decorations and carvings were in tatters, the walkways were covered with parasitic plants climbing the walls, and the masonry seats were rotten. But the strange scenery is nothing compared to the Master of Miracles. The oak throne exudes natural incense, and pure white flowers bloom on the twisted wooden tentacles. On the throne built of flowers and oak lies a pure white holy beast. The three tails under the throne are swinging freely, and the snake head between the tails is enjoying the fruit plate. There is a vague thunder in the huge beast's body, but if you look closely, you can find that it and the wooden throne under its body are one. Part of his body has become lignified, and the sage-like sacred oak is wrapped around the outer skin. The twisted deer-shaped horns are sacred and natural, and the tiger stripes on his body have a vague sheen of oak bark. Living trees, or living beasts, appear to mortals in mythical forms that humans cannot understand, and quasi-gods appear in the human world. This was once her secret realm and her world. She is Kurdereth, the sacred beast of life, the great quasi-god. At the same time, it was also Lu Pingan's biggest gain in that secret realm. However, this quasi-god's condition was a bit strange, and his expression seemed as if he had eaten something wrong. Hey, Killdales, your work efficiency is a bit low. Be careful, I will deduct your wages. You have no salary. Does this have anything to do with the money you owe me? A large blue and red cleaning uniform, wearing a white apron, with a hair he wears a cleaning hat, a wash handle and a dustpan in his hands. One of the three tails holds a rag, the other a bucket, and the last one has a toilet plug hanging on it. The whole beast is dressed like a cleaning lady. In fact, she is indeed doing the job of a cleaning lady. At this moment, the pure beast, with its huge body leaning against the wall, and its huge claws holding a mop that is bigger than a telephone pole, is busy up and down, cleaning the bloodstains and ivy on the ground, because the new thing here is master, I prefer cleanliness. Seeing Lu Pingan's arrival, even though her illusory body could not stop the master of the world from imposing laws on her, her beast eyes were still filled with murderous intent. The bondage is not permanent. There are always loopholes in the rules. No contract is indefinite, and no one can remain vigilant forever. As a mortal, as a weakling, you dare to humiliate the gods and enslave them. Boy, I admire your courage, but one day, I will taste the deliciousness of your soul, and spend hundreds of years. The holy beast threw away its disguise, and underneath the bared teeth, there was naked resentment. Curses and threats, it's just that she dressed up as a cleaning beast mother, scolded her while being restricted by laws to continue mopping the floor. This curse is really not scary. But the content in these words is 100% true. There are always gaps in the restraints, and as a quasi-god, Killdales has a high chance of ignoring any curse below the law level. Smart people always keep a straight line in everything they do. The weak restrains the strong, like a lamb restraining a jackal. Just take the opportunity to get more information and resources. If you offend all the way to death, there is a high chance of being backlashed. But seeing the holy beast's unabashed malice and threats, Lu Pingan smiled. If he doesn't figure out that damn system, he'll live for at most half a year, and he's still considering being a loser in the future. I'm looking forward to this day coming. It's best to be early, but... After thinking for a moment, he patted his forehead and finally knew what was wrong. I am a homebody, and it is a bit embarrassing to keep a cleaning lady in my own private house. By the way, Killdales, can you turn into a human form? As a small secret world legacy courtyard as a bonus, tailing Kildales cannot refuse the reasonable requests of the master in this world, such as cleaning the local environment, or changing the appearance to one that is more suitable for the owner's aesthetics. Oh, blonde-haired animal-eared spiral curly blue-eyed nun. Yes, this person's form is great. This outfit doesn't suit you. Come on, change into a maid outfit. It's weird, I always feel like you are a bit. Looks familiar, forget it, don't think about it if you can't remember it. There's something missing. By the way, let's call Cordales Chris. Come on, Miss Chris, give me a smile, and please say sweetly, Master, please. Great, come on, let me take 2 photos and post them online, don't pull it. The hem of the skirt, you can't see the underwear, I guarantee it with my personality. What, I have no personality, I am not a human being. Okay, since I am not a human being anymore, please take off the panties, 2 more. Yes, it's this expression of shyness and disgust but dare not say anything. That's it. Of course you don't want to wear a maid outfit, huh? After all, I'm not a devil. You can take off your maid uniform as you like. It's better to just wear an apron and white stockings. It's also good to just wear a doctor's white coat. No need? That's really disappointing. My camera is ready. Have a safe journey today, after leaving the watcher's gaze, as usual, galloping on the road of pleasure, suicide. In a sense, he wanted to thank the other party for the gift. That day, when he came out of this courtyard of the lost world, he received this great gift. The supernatural life bank is awakening, the system is being analyzed, and the world rules are being understood and reconstructed. Analysis completed, analysis and explanation of the current situation. Kurdaletha's ascension ceremony failed, the winner of the festival will have a safe journey. As the price of completing the secret realm for the first time and accepting the test, Lu Ping'an received an overall evaluation of SS. According to his wish to live happily, he received a gift from the Mother Goddess and received a law level, quasi-god level, power, the gifts and rewards of life. It is detected that the winner of the festival, Lu Ping'an, has lost his life. How could the winner of the Mother of Life's festival lose his life? Readjust and upgrade the gift of the Mother Goddess, gift of life. Burn the spiritual essence of the loser Kildales to make amends. Chapter 5. The gap has been made up, the decree ability has been upgraded to a rule level ability. Congratulations to the host Lu Ping'an, awakening the rule level, god level, ability, life bank. According to the rules of Ascension, the winner plunders everything from the sacrifice. Congratulations to the host Lu Ping'an, and obtain the spoils of the independent secret realm Lost Courtyard and the bound soul of Kildales. Detecting that the host has lost the life characteristics, the subfunction of the life bank is automatically activated, the deferred payment of life. The current credit rating is ordinary, divided into 6 installments, and the current loan life points are 6,000. Looking through the system's prompts, Lu Ping'an was also excited about the generosity of this holy beast. Although I have not found a stable source of life point income yet, but as long as I am alive, there is still hope. By the way, my lovely Chris, can you dance the house dance? The cat dance is also fine. Do you plan to make a debut to make money, the kind where I give you 10 and you give me 0? On May 7, 1998, a panoramic report on the ceremony of ascension to the gods in the ancient city of Kildales. Classification, Z-level top secret. Party 1 of the incident, balanced disaster beast Kildales, a 9th level quasi-god, a known path trainer, healer, black warrior, etc., involved in more than 1,000 cases, affecting a population of millions, and wanted by 17 worlds. Brief report on the cause of the incident. After investigation, it was found that he replaced the trainee Dr. Louis and sneaked into the ancient city Lindsay Hospital for 3 years and 4 months, during which time he collected sacrifices and prepared for his own ascension to the gods. Brief description of the ascension ceremony. As a quasi-god ascension ceremony, it is necessary to prove to the source that its doctrine is the truth of reality and the rule that lasts forever, completing the sublimation of the physical individual to the eternal concept. The doctrine that Kildales is going to verify: life is just a life instinct to survive. In order to survive, you can abandon everything. Morality, friendship, and law are all nonsense. And I, Kildales, am the pinnacle of life. Ritual process: the 2 most intimate people are forced to fight. The winner lives and the loser dies. Secret realm rules: anyone can exchange life for power. Ceremony completion status: the warring parties have exchanged their lifespans, and the winner is often old. Before the appearance of the reverse wind, the professional secret keepers who were forced to fight either died or retired. If the reverse wind does not appear, her ceremony site will continue to expand and constantly invite mortals participate in the ceremony and have a one-on-one life duel. It is expected that millions of people in the ancient city will be gradually dragged into it and become doctrinal examples. The remains of the losers become the sacred components of the Mother of Life. When all the lives in the city have completed the sacrifice, duplicate invitations may occur, the Tree of Ascension is completed and the Ascension ceremony ends. Event Party 2, Going Against the Wind, Lupingen, Surveillance Number Z7862. The second party in this incident, Lupingen, is suspected to be Keldale's fate going against the wind. He is a patient after Keldale sneaked into the incarnation. The original planned starting sacrifice, 666 desperate fallen people, was found to be too positive in life, so he chose to give up. At 1:20 in the middle of the night that day, he appeared at the ceremony site for unknown reasons and was involved in the ceremony. Note: it is suspected that he has awakened an unknown high-standard rule-based ability, and the tracing and reconnaissance ability is invalid for him. In order to save others, the Go Against the Wind Lupingon directly chose to challenge the master of the secret realm, Keldalize, and sacrificed his entire life in exchange for power, and defeated Keldalize in this way, proving that her reason is a false proposition that is not worth pondering. The newly established new proposition may be: life is not just an instinct to survive, and sacrifice for others exists. Keldalize is not the pinnacle of life. Lupingon is above Keldalize. Note: ascending to the gods is against the wind. Ascending to the gods is originally against the will of heaven. Ascending to the gods in any form will suffer many difficulties. Any behavior may encounter the wind of fate and world or even negation. When the ascension ceremony reaches a certain level, the existence of the sacrifice will be withdrawn from reality and it will be impossible to challenge. At that time, all obstructions are futile. Only when someone takes the initiative to sacrifice when the ceremony just starts can it be stopped. Considering that the disguised identity of Party 1 is the attending physician of Party 2, and the relevant information about his secret realm was revealed by Party 1, multiple causal connections, saving and hunting, are generated without knowing it, the reporter highly suspects that Lupingon as his fate was against the wind, and his sudden appearance was arranged by fate against the wind. Event results: Keldales died, doubtful, Lupingen survived, 13 professional secret keepers sacrificed, and 24 professional secret keepers withdrew from the sequence. Subsequent handling opinions of the incident: according to the third law of pollution, the against the wind Lupingen has been confirmed to be polluted, and there is a high probability of awakening high-threat mother goddess-type supernatural powers. According to Article 97 of the Secret Keeper Code, he is regarded as a Z to ZZZ level pollution source. It is recommended to eliminate him, or place him under long-term surveillance and residential surveillance under the supervision of a guarantor. Surveillance time, lifelong. Scheduled monitor and guarantor, Xia Qin, Deputy Captain of the 3rd Special Service Team of the Ancient City Zion District. Chapter 6. Let me go, and I can give you invincible power. I am a quasi-god, a person who is only one step away from ascending to heaven. If it weren't for the special environment of the Ascension Festival, even if all the secret keepers in the entire city were combined, they would not be able to stop me. Ha, can this keep me alive until next year? Strength or something? Can it be eaten? Don't always want to fight and kill, now is a civilized and harmonious society. I can give you the wealth accumulated over thousands of years, which can make your life like an emperor. Ha, can this keep me alive until next year? It's quite attractive to die after having a good time, but that's it. I'm just an ordinary otaku. It costs a few dollars to play games and watch anime. Will it be more attractive to invite a group of maid sisters to play games with me? Well, it seems that I can try it. Can I keep a record and pay it in half a year? I can teach you the magic spell of infatuation, so that you can have the lover you dream of. No, I can directly enhance your charm, so that ordinary women can't resist your temptation. TSK, can this keep me alive until next year? Ha, a three-dimensional girl? Not interested. Definitely not, because I don't want to drag others down. Lu Ping'an, don't always say half a year. I tell you honestly, the countdown of life is the price you pay for your superpowers. It is a curse you put on yourself. No one can save you, not even the great mother of life. You can change the conditions, money, beauty, power, you can let me go, otherwise after half a year, you will die and I will come out. You, a mortal, always have someone who cares about you, relatives, friends. TSK, this can make you live until next year? Thank you for your reminder. I almost forgot. Isn't this okay? Wait. What do you mean by you plan to take me with you when you die? We have no grudges or hatreds. Chris's voice became smaller and smaller as she spoke. She was also confused. Maybe there was no grudge or hatred originally, but if this threat is made, wouldn't the hatred be greater? Don't make noise. You are disturbing me while I am playing games. At this time, Lu Ping'an was lying in his small room, locking the door. His computer was downloading madly, and the TV was also playing games. He is very busy. On one side are the game consoles and new games that have been in stock for half a year, on the other side are the classic anime and the new episodes that have been accumulated, and on the other side are the delicacies that he wants to eat but dare not eat these days. The ground is already full of empty carbonated cans of the king of impurity. He has fried chicken legs in one hand and ice cream in the other. His chin is full of oil and he says it smells so good from time to time. How will a person who will most likely die in half a year treat life? Will he try to face the cruel fate with a smile? Will he seize every second to create a brilliant life, or will he? I touched it, it's broken, and I can't roll it. Since everything I do will be finished in half a year, why don't I live a little easier for the rest of my life? Maybe there are heroes who will die tomorrow and can still shine brightly today, but it is obvious that Lu Ping'an is just an ordinary person. Personality and consciousness are shaped by experience and memory. Lu Ping'an in his previous life was just a mortal, a salted fish that tried to jump but still couldn't jump out of the pond. This ability is great. Although it can't save my life, it has temporarily relieved me from my illness and I can enjoy myself. Ha, I'm not posing. How can I be called posing if I can gain experience points without moving? I'm just idling to collect experience points. So, Xian Yu Lu happily went to the table and posed. So refreshing, iced cola is so refreshing, woo woo woo, I haven't had it for half a year. By the way, Chris, I really need your help with something. Suddenly, Lu Ping'an stopped, hesitated for a moment, and asked. Mortal, what do you want? Whether it's power or wealth, I can give it to you. Chris was instantly surprised. This was the first time she was actively summoned by her master. Could it be that she could be saved? Speaking of which, I'm quite embarrassed. I do have some needs. Ha, you really changed your mind? I've seen a lot of greed and desires of mortals. It's human nature and the cornerstone of the evolution of civilization. You tell me, except for half a year, I can satisfy you. Hearing this, Lu Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief. It was really good to have a portable old grandfather who was easy to talk to. He wondered if other time-traveling protagonists had encountered the same dilemma. Great, my desires are very simple and a little hard to talk about. Ha, I have seen the ugliest human desires. You have seen my festivals and my secret realms. It is my greatest pleasure to turn over the sullen human skin and see what monsters are inside. Come on, let me see what kind of ugly and dirty desires you have deep in your heart. Human beings are a treasure chest full of desires and greed. Come on, let me see what kind of ugly and dirty desires you have under your mortal appearance. Lu Ping'an took a deep breath. This thing really cannot be let out to harm people. He must remember to take her away when he leaves, but now, he really needs her to do him a favor and satisfy his uncontrollable needs. I want to read the book, can you step aside for a moment? What? Book? What is that? Chris was confused. Is this some new riddle or fable? It is a treasure of mankind, the 10th art of the new era, the fruit of love and beauty created by artists at the risk of going to jail, and, Well, I can't make it up anymore, let me show you. As he spoke, Lu Pingon turned on the display, clicked on the downloading folder, and then opened the subfolders one by one. Chapter 7. Human. Are you kidding me? A bunch of angry emotions and messy characters filled his heart. Lu Pingon directly blocked it with the authority of master, and then really clicked on .jpg. After a while, he opened the communication line again. Sure enough, it was as quiet as the sea, and the other side had hung up. TSK, it's finally quiet. All day long, mortals and life desires, and the second-year disease hasn't graduated yet. The most annoying thing is this forced binding, all day long, no stop. In a sense, Chris is dead. She failed in the ascension ceremony and encountered headwinds and lost everything. But because Lu Pingon inherited her world, the secret realm lost its source and should have collapsed, and that world needed a spirit stabilizer, so its soul was preserved, and she became Lu Pingon's possessed spirit, a portable grandfather. However, the suggestion of this portable grandfather was obviously not well intentioned. Hold a sacrificial ceremony, get a few thousand sacrifices, and the mother goddess will be happy, and she will be able to gain more life. You really think I'm a fool? And you said you've lived for hundreds of years, have you been sleeping all this time? Today, the relationship between Lu Pingon and Chris is quite delicate, in a sense, they can be considered living and dying together. That is, once Chris's existence is leaked to the outside world, Lu Pingon will die, and she will be gone too, the kind of living together. And once Lu Pingon is sure that he can't live, he will definitely take Chris with him, the kind of dying together. But from another perspective, she has been completely bound to Lu Pingon. She cannot leave the courtyard and is isolated from the outside world. She has become the only one to whom Lu Pingon can tell the whole truth and question opinions. Blood sacrifice, magic potions, forbidden objects, there is no problem with the information Xia Qin gave. Chris is really a cult leader. But now, Chris's suggestions are either aimed at killing me or turning me into the public enemy of mankind. I can't believe a single word of them. The more she tempts, the more Lu Pingon becomes wary of her. Sure enough, this eagle still needs to hold on for a while. Let him do it himself first. Her opinions can't be trusted at all now. Lu Pingon is a newcomer who has just stepped into the extraordinary world, and also a traveler who lacks common sense in the alien world. He does need a guide. Going forward step by step according to Sister Xia's arrangement? It's too slow, and he doesn't have the time. With such a quasi-god level grandfather to guide and help him, Lu Pingon also feels that his survival rate will be a little higher. But now the master and servant are still in the running-in period, and both want to grind each other to death. During this period, Lu Pingon does not want to expose too many of his needs, and torment each other to endure each other, so as to facilitate long-term get-along in the future. How could a quasi-god look down on mortals? She needs some time to adapt to the reversed position of master and servant. Humiliation, playing, and teasing are the feast Lu Pingon prepared for her, to help her quickly figure out her current position, figure out who is the boss, and help her vent her inner anxiety and dissatisfaction. After the rage, she will always be more rational, or she may explode even more. She is not stupid, she should understand after a few more times. It depends on when she really calms down, and then it will be time to communicate. He put away the game console, took out the school bag beside him, and began to prepare for today's homework. He did put out some things, but not all of them. Some of the things he really wanted to play with and eat, and some of them were just for Chris, who contacted him. Only by not asking for anything and not caring about anything can you gain more advantages and initiative in the negotiation. Look, she has started to take the initiative to make conditions for herself. She is anxious. Although time is tight, you can't rush to keep her awake. Let's tease her for a month or so. It's also quite interesting to see her expression when she is constantly angry but can't bite me. Xia Qin and relevant departments put forward the requirements for Lu Pingon grow and progress in an orderly and positive manner under the supervision of official organizations. But Lu Pingon is not in the habit of entrusting his future to fate and others. Among the 6 first-class night watchman training schools in this city, only one is a public one. With my current level, it is basically impossible for me to be admitted. If you fail to pass the official agency and get more autonomy, it is not a matter of simply waiting for another half a year. Now Lu Pingin's movements are restricted. He has to report when he goes out to buy vegetables. This is a life and death restriction for Lu Pingin, who is eager to go out for fun and find a way to survive with limited time. Opening the professional materials and textbooks that Sister Xia got again, Lu Pingin knew that he probably couldn't handle it through normal means. 3 years of college entrance examinations, 5 years of simulations, and 10 years of professional secret keeper qualification test questions. This is really not a clickbait title. When you open the booklet, it is full of words and pictures. It is really college entrance examination exercises. A school bag of papers, as thick as 6 dictionaries stacked together, is just a mock monthly exam for the first year of high school. Runner? Watcher? Tamer? Don't always focus on the hotspots, the best is the one that suits you. How to choose the most suitable starting point for you from the 53 common paths according to your awakened superpowers. 53 paths? Just a random calculation, at least thousands of superpowers and professional skills? Just memorizing them is not something you can do in a short period of time, you also need various practical understandings and experiences. It is best to have a professional instructor to explain them to you. Secret Realm Survival Guide, Novice Edition. Survive in the sky, and you win if you can awaken your superpowers. You are useless. Master, I have awakened. What? You also have to take the test, and it is very difficult. You need to answer application questions and situational essays. I% and %. These should be classified as fantasy books, with book numbers and covers. They are obviously tool books from regular publishers, and even special college entrance examination textbooks. Chapter 8. As a Time Traveler. I am completely incompetent in basic theories, and even lack a lot of common sense. The other candidates have been preparing for at least half a year, and now there is only 15 days, it's not enough to just flip through the book. It seems that I must find a few more new leaks, preferably mature leaks that can move on their own. Chapter 9. Shuguang Avenue is located in the most prosperous Shuguang business district of the ancient city. It is also the center of administration, culture, and education. Number 3 on the street is the office area of the ancient city government, and number 133 at the end of the street is the ancient city sports center, where various large-scale sports events are held. In particular, the Chaser Stadium has first-class sports facilities and training mechanisms, which are very popular among citizens. After breakfast, watching Xia Qin go to work, and playing 2 games, Lu Pingin came here to meet his old leaks and find new leaks. Too slow. It's 9 o'clock. If you don't come, we'll leave. As soon as he stepped onto the runway, he was blocked at the door. His not-so-tall body was covered in sweat, and his slim red tights vaguely showed his well-formed muscles, as well as his hedgehog head that went straight up to the sky. This guy looks very hot. Leihua Blade, 24 years old, is not a student. He is a member of Xia Qin's team, and is a subtle existence that is evaluated by others as a very fast man. We don't seem to have agreed on a specific time. Since there is no specific time, of course the sooner the better. Time is precious, especially for us young people. How can you sleep? We came at 4 o'clock, and if you don't come, we can't run anymore, so we have to go home. Came at 4 o'clock? Waited for more than 5 hours? Still exercising? This leak, is it a little too self-disciplined? While looking forward to tomorrow's harvest, looking at the Thunder Fireblade in front of him eager to try, what else can Lu Pingin say? Buff brush. Investment takes effect, life points -1. The system's prompt sound has not been explained, and this self-disciplined boy rushed out and disappeared in a flash. Lu Pingin sighed helplessly. This leak is too self-disciplined, doesn't it make him look a little lazy? It really deserves to be called a fast man, it's really fast enough. But, are you only thinking about speed and forgetting something else? Who is the girl who came with you in front of me? Why did you just leave her behind? Hello, are you Lu Pingin? I was introduced by my brother. I am Lei Shuweiyun, a candidate who will take the college entrance examination soon. The sister who was forgotten by her brother also had a bitter smile on her face. What a mess that the introducer ran away. She is not tall, or rather, she is a little cute with big eyes, and her chubby cheeks are full of helplessness. She has the same unyielding hair as her brother, combed neatly. She is a good girl with a good head, and the pink hairpin with a kitten pattern is indispensable. There are also traces of pink cats on her clothes, and she looks younger than the intelligence. Didn't she say she was in the 3rd year of high school? Why does she look a bit like a junior high school student? Hello, new leaks. Ahem, Miss Lay, your brother should have told you the details. What are your intentions, and are the conditions acceptable? We should be the same age, or should I call you senior brother? I heard that you are also going to study archaeology? Meow. Lu Pingyan frowned at the strange habit. But Lu Pingyan had been absent from school for nearly a year due to illness, so what the senior brother said was not wrong, but calling him brother when they met, was he asking for help? The girl was only 15 this year, with 2 dimples when she smiled, and her eyes were carefree and sunny, but with some forced flattery. Meow? Did you hear it wrong? Did you say, are you also studying archaeology? Conditions such as confidentiality are acceptable, but isn't this 500 a day a bit? This scene reminded Lu Pingyan of his first love classmate in his previous life. When she didn't do her homework, she also stared at the strict head teacher so pitifully, trying to make the other party feel pity. So he smiled. Oh, 500 is a trial price for friendship for your brother, and it will be 1,000 from today. The girl widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. The price increased without saying it, so excessive? I'm begging you. It's not easy for a poor student like me. How can this be, senior brother? Can you help me? I have an exam soon. The fake admiration in his eyes, the deliberately sweet voice, and the clenched fists made Lu Pingyan laugh even more happily. 1,000 is your brother's friendship price. After all, he is on Sister Chin's team, so we have to give him some face. For you, it's 1,012. Looking at the little girl with wide eyes and a face full of disbelief, Lu Pingyan explained a little bit. After all, it was the expected high-quality leaks, and it was very troublesome to find them. It's very low, junior sister. The ability without toxicity and side effects allows you to use 1 day as 2 days. What is the most important before the college entrance examination? Time and state. 1 day of super god state is only a little over 1,000, which is a very conscientious price. It will definitely increase later. My quota is limited. At that time, the highest bidder will win. The girl hesitated more and more. She hasn't even tried it yet, and she's raising the price? How do I know there are no side effects? Powerful abilities basically have hidden side effects. How can it be as magical as you say, huh? Lu Pingyan patted her shoulder, and she was stunned. The next moment, she opened her eyes wide and was shocked. Lu Pingyan invites you to invest in life and will provide you with life gain in exchange for 10% life return. Do you agree? A mechanical voice sounded in the girl's ear. High-level rule-based ability? How can the voice of the rules be so clear? This is at least the realm of communicator. Now, Lei Shuiyun finally knew why she came before. Chapter 10. It is necessary to agree to keep it secret. This is not an ability that should appear in the hands of young people. According to the characteristics of use, innate abilities are roughly divided into 6 common types, namely transformation, protection, elements, life, inheritance, and rules. Among them, the 6th system rules is the rarest and the most bizarre. The power of the rule, anti-rule, system is the analysis of the world, the correction of reality, and the reinterpretation of reality. Rules are a universe in themselves, and they are the power of the self against the real world. This also means that the rules in the early stage are often surprisingly weak, and even under the suppression of the real world, the user cannot figure out his own abilities. But the rule system is also the most unreasonable ability. After it grows up, it is generally weird and powerful in the later stage. Many well-known secret keepers unknowingly fall into the ability that is biased towards rules. The same is true for secret realms. Although there are no unsolvable rules such as whoever enters with the left foot first will die, many Secret Keeper Toon-level secret realms that have never been conquered are all rule-based. Not to mention the distant past, in a sense, the quasi-god Chris was defeated by the rules of the secret realm, which were the rules of life exchange power she made herself. The most powerful ability of the rule system is actually, I didn't expect that you are really a senior brother. Can you give me some advice? For the new Secret Keepers, the most powerful part of the rule system is actually growth information. When the ability of the rule system is activated, it will actively and automatically analyze the surroundings, and the first thing to analyze is often the user's own abilities and characteristics. The pile of Calligraphy LV1 and Fighting LV2 on Lu Pingan's system panel are all the results of his ability to analyze himself. The analyzer is Lu Pingan, the time traveler, so naturally it is presented in the way he can understand the most, which is intuitive and data-based, just like the game he is familiar with. Knowing the information that is invisible under normal circumstances, clarifying oneself, and understanding the improvement of each step of training, you can naturally grow like a cheat. In the system of superpowers, some occupations and abilities require a lot of accumulation and thresholds. Some even require special materials, and these rule systems can provide guidance to avoid getting stuck. In the unknown secret trials, a rule system scout is often brought in to analyze intelligence. The stronger the rule system is, the clearer the results are, and the more valuable the intelligence is. The newly born rule system is generally very weak, and often only the one sentence of rules that can be perceived by the supernatural person himself, and its ability to use is also restricted. A system with complete and powerful functions like Lu Pingan should not only appear on newcomers, but even in the human world. After all, its birth itself is a miracle, a headwind of fate. It is also a mockery of the fate of Chris, who is trying to ascend to godhood. Want to become a god? Are you worthy? Your truth is full of loopholes, your logic is bullshit, and a mortal can make you fail. From the results, the life bank burned the spiritual base of Chris, the 9th level quasi-god, while it was incubating, which is equivalent to using this quasi-god as a nutrient and cultivating the only fruit. Although it is still just a seed, as long as it does not die, it will eventually become a towering tree. In fact, only Lu Pingan himself knew that the potential of life bank was at the god level, level 10. Have you thought about it, junior sister? The voice of rules will not lie. If you say there are no side effects, there are no side effects. Lei Shuiyun had never come into contact with this straight talk in your ear rule system ability, but she knew it was a super high level rule system ability as soon as she heard it, and she was immediately moved. But now, she blinked her eyes, trying to recall Xiaobai at home, imitating the cat praying for food, and squeezed out a sweet voice. Senior brother, give me some pointers and see where I am still lacking. She tried to get information for free. As a poor person like her, it was impossible for her to hire a professional analyst to analyze her before the exam. Let's talk about it later. Are you willing to trade now? But obviously, the other man was heartless and easily bypassed her desire. In fact, Lu Pingan has not yet developed his own supernatural powers and has not received professional training, so how can he be an analyst? He didn't even know the existence of the analyst, but just refused the freebie, and then reaped the other party's disappointment with satisfaction. In his opinion, this little girl, whose emotions were all based on her face, pretended to be mature and sophisticated, which was quite interesting. Hesitant, uneasy, and confused, Lei Shuiyun subconsciously bit her nails. Judging from the marks left by the little tiger teeth on her thumbnail, this should be her habitual action. She calculated the living expenses, and the money and resources were all used for preparation before the exam, which was really a bit tight. In an ancient city where the average salary is less than 2,000, 1,200 is not a small amount. The most terrible thing is that this is a consumable that is charged by the day. If her brother hadn't tried it himself and promised that it has never felt so good and one day is equivalent to 10 days, she would not have considered it at all. Count on that super fast man to pay? He is poorer than himself, and he lives in a dormitory, but he spends money very quickly. He has no money in the second week of payday every month, and often asks his sister for help with instant noodles. Bah, useless scumbag, I have graduated, and I must find a good job with a high salary, without relying on others. I tried my best and got admitted to Gucheng University. I will get a resettlement allowance and no worries about food and accommodation. If I fail, I will definitely get in. The carp will leap over the dragon gate today. Gucheng University's Special Majors. Chapter 11. It is the only fully public institution among the 6 first-class colleges in the city, and the threshold is quite high. Those who enter are regarded as potential secret keepers, and many graduates enter public institutions and relevant departments. Xia Qin and Lei Horan are among them. In the first year of college, you have to follow the veterans to do mission internships. Every year, there are more than the quota of war casualties, and naturally there are resettlement fees and pensions. By the way, Lu Ping'an is quite satisfied with the suggestions put forward by the authorities. That is also because they give a lot of pensions and resettlement fees, and you can also do missions in the name of internships to make money while in school. Now, he is actually poorer than the girl in front of him. The medical expenses of 6 months of hospitalization have emptied his family, and there is also a shocking amount of foreign debt, which is now being handled by the relevant departments to see how much it can be reduced in the end. If it were not for Guda, which fully covers the tuition and provides resettlement fees, he would not be able to go to other universities even if he was admitted. In order to avoid misfortune for his parents who had just been persuaded to return to their hometown, he needs to make money and save money as soon as possible. In case, if the problem of life expectancy cannot be solved, you can also leave a pension of the standard for a keeper for your family, which is perfect. Looking at the girl biting her thumb and still struggling and hesitating, Lu Ping'an smiled. He knew that his asking price had touched the bottom line of the other party. It seemed that he was really a poor student. He didn't want to let go of this high-quality leak, nor did he want to miss any opportunity to make money. So, is there a way to have it all? Of course, there is, and you should be able to make more. How about this, you try it for a day first, just like your brother, half price 600, but if you want to renew the contract later, you have to make up for my loss today. If you don't want to renew the contract, just consider it as your profit. It can be done this way. The girl was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, senior brother. I should thank you for taking care of my business. Come on, stick your head out, I'll give you another buff. Immediately, the two laughed. What a scene of brotherly love and sisterly respect. Lei Shuayun, who just smiled sweetly, had actually made up her mind. Half price on the first day, I won't renew it on the second day, so I'll make 600 for nothing? Is this guy a little stupid? And Lu Ping'an was also laughing happily. After experiencing his own ability, is there anyone who can run away? When she falls into the trap, will she raise the price? Or raise the price? Or raise the price? This girl will have a very interesting expression at that time. Such an interesting little junior sister. It's a bit cute to grit her teeth and deliver herself to the door to be a leak. It should be even cuter when she cries and takes out her wallet in the future. I'm looking forward to college life. Chapter 12. His tired body was already covered in sweat. With every step, Lu Ping'an felt as if his feet were filled with lead. Is this the physical strength of a geek who has been staying in the ward for half a year? It's really funny. He even had the energy to laugh at himself. It seemed that the situation was not too bad. Gained a small amount of running experience value plus 0.1. Lu Ping'an stopped. He had been struggling for almost an hour, and he was almost dying, before his system could gather the amount reported for the first time. The efficiency improvement was really low. The small amount that the Thunder Fire Blade had divided for him before was not a trace, and the physical feeling was also very different. But think about it, the income of a professional doctoral student after 2 or even 3 days of research, even after a 10% discount, is far more than a novice's hard work for 1 day. That is the difference in level, the difference between a professional expert and a layman. Before an expert becomes a professional, the countless years of investment and the accumulation of talent have resulted in the same day for an expert and a rookie, but the gains are not of the same level. This actually also vaguely reveals the domineering nature of Lu Ping'an's innate ability. Everyone has talents and specialties, as well as the knowledge accumulated over the years. He can bypass these foundations and directly obtain the share of the results, which can be called cheating level growth, but with this efficiency, even if 2 runners give me a share, I am afraid that I still can't complete 2 sharp changes within half a month and become a real runner, a first-level superpower. The running skills LV1 foot and breathing skills LV1 on the panel are just like a mockery. And if Lu Ping'an understands correctly, the threshold for employment is LV10 of various professional skills. Just like Xia Qin's information, the supernatural power of this world is a kind of pollution in a sense. If left alone, sooner or later you will get deeper and deeper and degenerate into monsters or aliens. Therefore, borrowing the growth path of a powerful existence, determining the coordinates and stages of growth one by one, and making pollution slightly controllable, has become the existing regular advancement system of the Night Watch. Pollution is chaos. To purify it into order, we need to use the power of the gods as a harmless lens, filter, and their growth trajectory as coordinates. So, what else can better represent order and the position of an individual in society and history than the profession of human society? Ignoring the overly cumbersome and complicated theories, the career system based on the so-called gods as a template is the ladder for the current night watchman to progress. According to the information Lu Ping'an has seen, there are 53 common ways. So, at least 53 gods' powers are used by humans. Or from another perspective, the gods have interfered with the normal life of modern society. Glancing at the statue in the middle of the runway, Lu Ping'an's mood became more and more subtle. The former materialist was really not used to such a world. The Church of the True God Chasers has 16 large enterprises under it, including sports equipment, healthcare, transportation, sports sponsorship, and other industries. What is this, capitalist theocracy? The statue in front of him was a humanoid creature running with his hands spread out. He couldn't see his face clearly, and there was a faint lightning following around him. The full name of this stadium is Ancient City Chasers' first sports stadium. The reason why it is called number 1 is because there are 5 large gymnasiums in the ancient city, from number 2 to number 6. It is reported that the hospital where Lu Ping'an stayed before was also owned by a certain church. Lu Ping'an has never had a good impression of gods, but now, he needs to borrow the power of these gods. He needs to connect with the gods and put his pollution and alienation into a controllable track, commonly known as fixed track entry. It is said that the induction ceremony of runners is simple, but for me who has been lying in bed for half a year, it is still a bit deadly. This is not the first time Lu Ping'an has tried to become a zero-level runner, but the previous few times, he failed as a matter of course. The ceremony is actually quite simple. You only need to recite the name of the chaser and then run the specified distance within the specified time. Running 5 kilometers in 15 minutes is not difficult at all. What a ghost! The world record for 5,000 meters is 12 minutes, which is at least the standard for athletes. Each god seems to have his own preferences and bad tastes. This chaser likes to run fast. Lu Ping'an asked Xia Qin what the meaning of such a strange ceremony was to the gods, but the answer he got was quite subtle. It has no meaning to the gods, but it has meaning to you. To the great existence in the clouds, any human behavior is meaningless, but the behavior itself is a kind of expression of meaning, the expression of "I'm watching you here." Can't understand? Well, humans don't care what ants are thinking. But if ants get together, use leaves and bodies to spell out your name, and imitate your movements, you will also be curious to look at it twice. And that concerned look creates a connection between ants and humans, and between humans and gods. And our inauguration trajectory only requires that little connection. The inauguration ceremony of runners only requires the polluter to recite the name of the gods and run a distance in a circle. It is known as the simplest inauguration. But Lu Ping'an has failed twice. Even after several days of runner experience, he still has not reached the standard for inauguration, and he is about to fail for the 3rd time. I'm so tired. I'm almost at my limit. So, let's cheat a little bit. Delayed payment of life. A silver glimmer fell on Lu Ping'an himself, and his eyes came back to his senses. Life Bank Sub-Ability 1, Delayed Payment of Life. Chapter 13. The price that must be paid for life is divided into installments. The current limit is 6 6-month installments, 6/month. The price type is specified as physical energy, the installment unit is days, and the number of periods is 3. The current time is 10 hours 20 minutes and 27 seconds on May 5th, and the next payment time is 10:20 on May 6th, 27 seconds. Please be sure to maintain your physical condition. If your physical strength is not enough to pay the price, double life points will be deducted directly. In an instant, Lu Ping'an felt much more comfortable. When his fatigue was instantly reduced to 1/3 of its original size, he immediately felt relaxed. He accelerated so hard it felt like he was just running. At first, he thought his ability was just to stage injuries and illnesses. A wound is paid in 3 installments and settled with life points. Judging from the results, it behaves very much like an immediate healing ability. Touching the wound only costs 1/3 or 6 points. One of a kind. The potential as a healing ability seems to be quite high. As long as he doesn't die suddenly on the spot, he can be healed. Later, he realized that his thinking was too simple. Ability is marked with the price of life rather than injuries. Since injuries and illnesses are the price that must be paid for life and can be deferred, then is the fatigue that consumes physical strength gone? If it is feasible, wouldn't I be the same as with 2 tubes of physical strength? So, he tried it. Needless to say, he was quite excited when his fatigue was really reduced significantly, and he immediately tried the second runner induction. Fuck it, I still don't have enough physical strength. Thinking of the predicament of the past few days, Lu Ping'an felt helpless. But this time, the third time, and probably the last attempt before the college entrance examination, is different. I have had 5 days of experience as a professional runner and have made great improvements on this path. Different from his first attempt, the running technique allowed him to use the most standard and effortless running movements. The rhythm and pace of each step vaguely reached a professional level. As for the breathing method, it is actually possible to adjust the body's internal circulation and save energy. One inside and one outside. Through the experience of sharing with professionals, Lu Ping'an has acquired the running skills that a runner needs time to polish. With the software, the rest is naturally the hardware, which is made up for by the extra stamina bar provided by the system. It often takes 3 months to half a year of basic training for ordinary polluters to succeed in their job. However, Lu Ping'an's last attempt was actually not far behind. When a 5,000-meter long-distance race turns into 2,500 meters, the difficulty does not drop a little bit. Persevere, persist. His whole body was covered with sweat, but his breathing was still warm and long and steady. His steps and arm swings always maintained a fixed rhythm. Lu Ping'an imagined himself as a machine, trying to forget everything again. Bottomed physical strength. Come on, come on. Just when he couldn't run anymore and thought he was going to die again, the system's beep sounded, like the sound of nature. Beep, congratulations to the host, the inauguration ceremony is completed and you have obtained the rank of runner. Runner profession modification, physical fitness slightly improved, reflexes slightly improved, and mental energy slightly decreased. The general skill running technique LV1 is converted into the professional skill light chasing running technique LV1. The general skill breathing technique LV1 is converted into the professional skill flash breathing technique LV1. Lu Ping'an stopped, took a deep breath, and finally smiled. Finally successful. Just saying that, Lu Ping'an wouldn't be so excited. After his successful inauguration, his panel was also updated. Lu Ping'an, 16 years old, male. Life points 4960, minus 6,000. Status, physical, mortal, reflex, mortal, mental, mortal. Occupation, level 0 runner. Professional abilities, none. Professional skills, chasing light running method LV1, quick breathing method LV1. General skills, cooking LV2, cleaning LV1. After successfully taking up the job, there is only a minimal improvement. There is not even an obvious change on the panel, but there are things in the originally empty professions and professional skills. But the most important thing is actually professional ability, truly extraordinary ability. Experiences of the Black Iron level spell Shuchi, current progress is 58 out of 100. After a bunch of general skills, Lu Ping'an turned to the miscellaneous column, among which was this one. And now, it has become possible click and the information will be more detailed. Shuchi is a supernatural ability that only first level runners can have. If you master it in the early stage, you can get an extra step for every 5 steps of running. This means that one-step teleportation may occur during combat. It doesn't sound like much, but it has extremely high actual combat value. Professional experience is summarized into professional skills, and professional skills are improved to professional level professional abilities through polishing. Under normal circumstances, only by practicing the running method and the breathing method to the extreme can it be possible to awaken the supernatural level of professional ability Shikuchi. Only by mastering supernatural professional abilities can one advance to the first level profession and be regarded as a true beginner. In the Eastern parlance, it is the public cook understands the ox and enters the Tao from skills. This often requires a flash of inspiration and the blessing of fate. Sometimes what awakens is not what you want. The Lei family brothers and sisters paid a big price just for the opportunity to achieve a breakthrough in good condition. Chapter 14. After using shrinking steps for a long time, Leihu Blade naturally shared its use and understanding with Lu Ping'an. Black Iron level spell shrinking the earth every 5 steps, an extra step. Lu Ping'an clicked on the screen in the void, and more information was fed back. Usage requirements: chasing light running method LV4, flash breathing method LV4, space perception LV1, shrinking experience 100 out of 100. It's not LV10? The requirements are much lower than expected. Lu Ping'an smiled. No wonder many people say that it is not difficult for a first-level runner to get a job. The difficulty is actually a flash of inspiration. The rest is just targeted to make up for the shortcomings. Creating something out of nothing and filling in the blanks in something is naturally not a difficulty. Then, it is really possible to become a real professional within 15 days. At this moment, Lu Ping'an looked at the playground again, 2 high-quality leaks. The customer has never stopped since the buff was added. The price you charge is not just to fill your empty wallet. After the other party pays the price, they will naturally cherish the time and state they have bought. Then, your share of tomorrow will be more satisfying. Work hard and strive for a better tomorrow. Chapter 15. Runner? What a rubbish path, a waste. As a favored one of the Mother Goddess, you are willing to take up this job. It doesn't matter. Many people work part-time. I heard that low-level jobs don't matter in the early stage. It's embarrassing to tell others. Haha, runner? Then you point out a path. I declare in advance that if you dare to cheat me, I will let you be an up master, the kind who plays the piano in a naked apron. Sure enough, there was no sound from the other end. After really coming into contact with the supernatural world, Lu Ping'an was immediately dazzled. There were too many paths and he didn't know which one to choose. Men are afraid of entering the wrong industry. For the keeper of secrets, the major career path seems to be quite important. The only thing we can agree on is that we must choose the one that is most compatible with our natural abilities and have a future as the main path. But how can I know which path is most suitable for my life bank? Asked Xia Qin. The erasure in the surveillance file is still in his memory. Lu Ping'an does not intend to reveal all of his abilities to any outsiders. He still hides his first ability and plans to naturally awaken after a while. At this time, he naturally asked his portable grandfather. Chris's answer was full of ridicule and disdain. But communication itself is meaningful. Lu Ping'an felt that she was gradually accepting reality. In fact, even if Chris dared to say it now, Lu Ping'an might not listen. Since I don't know which one to choose, then choose a good one. Runners are not strong in combat, but they have a high survival rate if they run fast. Many professional skills and professional abilities are quite practical. Many high-level secret keepers will have part-time jobs, and it's not a loss. From the limited information, part-time jobs, at least low-level part-time jobs, will not affect anything. Before determining the main path, don't have more than 3 part-time jobs, otherwise you will regret it. Suddenly, Chris took the initiative to add a sentence. At this moment, Lu Pingyan tried to stay calm, and there was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. He still didn't believe it, but since the other party took the initiative to express goodwill, even if it was not a surrender, it was at least a good sign. 3. Thank you. He rarely did not ridicule her, and responded to her smile and thanks. You can't always use a stick to keep the eagle. On the other hand, Lu Pingyan made up his mind not to have more than 2 part-time jobs, or even any extra part-time jobs. Well, he still didn't trust Chris, but there was really no need for such a lie that could be easily exposed. Since she said that too many part-time jobs were harmful, it would be better not to have any more part-time jobs. The limit of 3 might not be a real number. It would be great if you could help me find a way. I saw in the information that you have the paths of Animal Trainer, Healer, and Black Warrior. Are they suitable for me? The Black Warrior doesn't seem to be among the 53 common paths. What Lu Pingyan really needs is not the common sense of this world, but Chris's experience as a master. But no matter what Lu Pingyan said, there was no response from the other end. Lu Pingyan smiled and gave up temporarily. In fact, he was not in a hurry. Just to meet the needs of runners, these 15 days might not be enough. For a little extra points in the college entrance examination, I'm not likely to. He sat in the seat, watching the efforts of the 2 runners below, and also showed the joy of a farmer watching his crops. Black Iron Customer Lei Shuiyun, Credit 1. Black Iron Level Customer Lei Huarun, Credit 7. In addition, there is another customer Xia Qin, Credit 13. At present, Lu Pingyan still doesn't know what credit is used for. Each time it is used, the ability will increase by 1 to 2 points, but it should also be a part of the ability accumulation. Lu Pingyan speculated that since the ability of the rule system is based on the user's self-awareness, maybe the credit level will be raised to have new functions. Bank VIP, Xinhua VIP, etc. As an Easterner, it is probably subconscious. Credit needs to be accumulated, skills and abilities must also be accumulated, and even the number of customers must be accumulated. Obvious growth-type abilities need time to accumulate and germinate. But what I lack most is time. Is this also a mockery of fate? Shaking his head, the experience of half a year in the despair ward made him know that sometimes looking too far ahead is useless except for attracting negative emotions. Observation is also a kind of learning. Let's see how they run. As a second-level assaulter, runner path, Lei Huarun ran very fast, and he was even more flashing while running, and he was very happy to use the shrinking steps. Lu Pingyan noticed that he did not strictly follow the 5-step dodge rule, sometimes 4 steps, or even 3 steps. Her sister was much more plain, just gritting her teeth and sprinting. Apart from her endurance and speed that made Lu Pingyan, a boy, feel ashamed, there was no supernatural performance. It seems that he is also a 0-level quasi-runner. But maybe I can break through faster. In fact, even if Lu Pingyan made a profit, Lei Huarun and Lei Shuiyun did not lose out. On the contrary, they made a lot of money. A little vitality means a day's life, so the improvement is naturally not so simple and obvious. That means the top state and extra vitality. Many times, a flash of inspiration far exceeds 10 days of hard work. Lei Huarun is impacting new professional abilities and needs a better state. He does not have the ability of the rule system, but he can also feel the excess improvement every day. Give Lu Pingyan a 10% share? When his daily harvest actually reaches 300% of the original, still. Chapter 16. When you often get an extra spiritual light, that 10% is nothing. Lei Shuiyun is also striving for professional ability and trying to become a first-level runner before the college entrance examination to get extra points and preferential treatment. Lu Pingyan was not wrong. Now the little girl below is already regretting it. She has imagined the painful mask when the price is increased. The state is much better than expected. She feels that every step is rewarding, and it seems that she is not far from the threshold of breakthrough. But the better the state, the sadder she is. If the price really increases, this week, I can only eat cat food with xiaobai. It has a milk and salt flavor and should taste good. Why did she guess that Lu Ping'an would increase the price? Oh, if it were me, how could I not increase the price? Look, the old silver coin with a smile on it, isn't it smiling at me with bad intentions? He is laughing at his short-sightedness. Come on. When passing by, he actually nodded at me, and laughed so directly. Is he really that stupid? But at this time, what else could Lei Shuwei-yun's junior sister say? She tried to squeeze out a smile. Thank you, your ability is great, meow. Let's work hard together, pass the exam together, and be classmates together next year, meow, ha. After saying that, she giggled, turned her head, covered her mouth, and burst into tears. This child is so happy that he is crying. Lu Ping'an was very happy that his ability could help the other party. Win-win, money and ability are both improved. I win twice and you also win once and lose once, money. Meow. This time, he was sure that he did not hear wrong. The other party's habit of speaking was indeed quite strange. But looking at the little girl covering her mouth and running wildly, he was too lazy to ask. In this world, secret keepers always have secrets, and the name of the profession of secret keepers also implies that tracking down the other party's secrets is the greatest hostile behavior. Sitting on the stage, observing in a targeted manner, Lei Shuwei-yun, who is using her ability, naturally can't hide it. Under the hair that was forced down by the hairpin, there was a faint white, furry thing, and behind it, like two decorative knots like a ribbon, there was a furry thing of the same color dancing quietly. Is it cat? The innate ability cat is one of the most common beast abilities in the transformation department, self-transformation branch. Its ability is to turn you into a cat, and its negative curse is also to turn you into a cat. The most obvious ability of the beast ability is the increase in transformation of the body. The cat with strong strength and agility is indeed very suitable for starting as a runner. I heard that the beast ability of Haitian can easily reach twice the strength and speed of ordinary people, which is considered a strong combat ability in the early stage. That means that Miss Lei Shuwei-yun can tear herself apart at a glance. But in daily life, it seems to be a burden. The hood with cat patterns and white knotted ribbons should be a cover for her daily life. TSK, there is a bow on the tail, is it pretending to be a decorative tail? Cat hairpins and fake cat tails, when the gang is exposed, pretend to be a fanatical cat lover? But little girl, are you sure that the multiple holes in the underwear and the decorative tail behind the buttocks will not attract more strange looks and people with strange hobbies? Judging from her somewhat out-of-control habit of speaking, she needs to complete her inauguration as soon as possible and use the power of her profession to limit the growth of her innate abilities. Perhaps it was shame and worry that made the girl with her hood covering her face run faster, and she even easily surpassed her second-level brother who was using the ability to shrink the earth. The cover-up of the little sister Shuwei-yun was not successful, and the little brother Hworin appeared and disappeared from time to time. The runners around who were expecting them were not surprised at all, but just avoided them silently. Just this scene made Lu Ping'an more and more certain that the supernatural power in this world might be much more than he expected. Seeing that Josai was so self-conscious, Lu Ping'an did not waste time. Since you are here, you should practice more and get familiar with the new professional skills. The black iron spell of shrinking the earth, judging from the system's prompt, requires the support of running, breathing, and spatial perception. The saying, the stronger the professional skills, the stronger the professional ability should be true. Then, I have to practice running more. Then, he practiced for 10 minutes. Forget it, go home and play games. I practiced all morning by myself, and my proficiency points increased by 0 points. Yesterday, the Thunder Fireblade directly gave me 33 points. Professionals do professional things, do less useless work, and concentrate on cultivating leaks. Well, I succeeded in getting a job today, and I gained a lot. I worked hard. The Cat's Small Theater. Little White Cat, I encountered good things and bad things today. Which one do you want to listen to first? The girl in cool clothes, revealing her white ears and tail, lay on the beam in her room. She was leisurely with half of her body hanging in the air, but she was naturally contented, as if she were on flat ground. There were bags of comics and snacks on the small beam, and a cute little white cat. It was full of expectation, meowing at its fellow hunter. The good news is that I have encountered a good opportunity. and the possibility of being admitted to Gouda University has greatly increased. Meow. Hearing this, Shueyon laughed even more happily. Ha, when I pass the exam, we will eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, buy a reservoir of fish to feed the family, who would still eat fish-flavored cat biscuits. Looking at the eyes. Chapter 17. Looking at the little white eating in front of her, the girl swallowed subconsciously. The good news is over, the bad news is that if we want to maintain that opportunity, I'm afraid all the living expenses will be overspent. Ding ding ding, the cat's living expenses are in crisis. So, can you give me some? Meow. What share? The innocent cute pet asked her fellow tribe curiously. She didn't know the dangers of the world, and what her owner's straight eyes meant. Cat biscuits. I don't want too much, let me try it first. If the taste is acceptable, there are 2 boxes at home that should be enough to last until the exam. When I have money, I will buy 3 boxes and return them to you. Meow. Meow. No. I'll make it clear in advance that I didn't want to taste it for a long time, but I really have no money. Meow. Why are you grabbing me? No, you say. You're still grabbing. Dead cat, bad cat. Stingy. Meow. Then, for a box of cat biscuits, a man and a cat fought on the roof beam. And no matter how fiercely they fought, they rolled over, but they didn't fall down. The girl's strange posture, while playing and fighting, still maintained balance, just like a real cat. 1 bite, just 1 bite, meow, look at how many portions I bought for you before, meow, don't be stingy, meow. She looked like a real cat when she was greedy. Beep. At this time, a text message came on her mobile phone, from her always quick brother. You must be out of money, I got some meal tickets, remember to come and eat, although you said at noon that you would eat cat food when you were hungry, it was a joke, but I'm really a little worried that you would do it, sister, it's really not good to break the bottom line of human beings at will, at least you should be a human being. It seems that he, who is used to being 1 step ahead, is more reliable than Shueyon expected, and he also knows how low his sister's bottom line is. Meow. I won, meow. But her quick brother was still 1 step slower. The delighted girl had won the rock of cats and cats, and she happily stuffed the cat food into her mouth. Hey, it's really delicious. I made a profit. The girl's cheeks were puffed up, and her face was full of satisfaction and joy in her smile. While Lu Ping'an happily estimated how many new leeks he could harvest tomorrow, in a corner of the city, a group of cat lovers were gathering in a pet store. On their table, there were only a few line drawings. That was the missing sacred beast badge, the lifelike cat, a tiger head and snaketail pattern. Our god, disappeared here. Chapter 18. Before dawn, a group of people were walking silently on the mountain trail that should have been beautiful during the day. The black-clad brigade was silent, and 13 brown coffins were placed on their shoulders, steadily and gently. Pop. This remote hill was not high, and the funeral team soon reached the top. With shovel after shovel, sand and gravel were sprinkled into the pit, and the coffins without bodies were buried one by one. Except for a few black-clad people who moved the shovel, the others just watched silently, without gunshots or music. The keepers did not need these extra things, they knew what death meant. What they feared was that death did not end everything. The coffins were empty as always, and most of the keepers themselves were high pollution sources, and their bodies had been destroyed long ago. The clothes in the cenotaph should not be touched too much, and the grave robbers knew that there was nothing in the cemetery of the keepers. Maybe, soon, I will be buried here. Xia Qin was a little dazed in the crowd as she watched the sand and soil being sprinkled into the deep pit. She saw that on other hills, tombstones had already stood one after another. It seems that the administration will have to find a new place to stand before long. Salute. The host's voice interrupted Xia Qin's thoughts. The uniform salute ended, and the ceremony ended. No eulogy? For polluters, words themselves are a curse. Past experience has proved that the consistent and emotional eulogies of polluters are also a kind of pollution, a very deadly pollution. Have a good journey. Brother, let's drink together in the next life. But rules are rules, people are people, and the keepers whispered their wishes. Among all the wishes, the most is still, I will remember you. Information is a kind of pollution. Remembering the lives of comrades is probably the only thing that polluters can do. I will remember you, Xiaomin, Xia Wanshang, Along, Mintayan. Among the 13 coffins, 4 are from the 3rd Squad of Zion District. There are 10 people in the establishment, and 2 of them retired after this incident. Captain Xia Qin only has 2 soldiers under him. Deputy Captain Xia Qin was promoted to a regular member. She had just received an emergency notice. The original captain died in battle, and most of the other teams were vacant. There was no captain-level position to be transferred. Most of the other teams were like this. The 7th team was directly cancelled and the personnel were added to other teams. Originally a deputy captain with relatively little experience, he was directly promoted to captain without assessment. This actually means that the management bureau is extremely short of people, and the official combat power of the ancient city has been reduced again. It's a troubled time. Looking at the coffin on the landfill, Xia Qin naturally thought of the ZZZ-level pollution incident half a month ago, the night that almost destroyed the 3rd team directly. The arena was made of white jade, with happy holy beasts on the rostrum, various demons and monsters in the audience, and the main actors were pathetic humans. The 2 keepers were fighting cruelly, and guns and swords were creating wounds and plagues. The older one covered his injured chest and was forced into a dead end by his younger apprentice. The rules of the secret realm are simple and brutal. The first rule is that 2 people fight each other, the winner lives and the weak die. Great Mother Tree, Mother, I, Rusty X Layun, am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life in exchange for strength. But how could the weak be willing to die? He prayed to the Mother Tree and activated the second rule, to exchange life for strength. The old keeper became even older, but he gained a surge of power. The situation was reversed, but how could the original winner be willing? I can also sacrifice, I am younger. The final result was that both sides continued to sacrifice their lives. The old man died, became part of the Mother Tree's holy image, and became the example of the truth of the Lord of the secret realm. The winner lost most of his life and became a new old man. Among the 13 victims, 2 died of old age shortly after leaving the secret realm. In desperation, everyone was waiting to die and helplessly waiting for the disaster to expand. The result was actually doomed from the beginning. The highest 4th-level keepers of the 3 teams could not stop the 9th-level quasi-god from ascending to heaven. Familiar figures were forced to link their lives with the people closest to them, and then faced the end of their lives or society. Until the thin boy came. He smiled and said the wild words that no one dared to say. The one I want to challenge is you. Yes, the big cat with a silly smile, that's you. Quasi-god? Ha, great. The result? Beyond everyone's expectations, as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, I will use all my life to exchange for power. Since you said that the mother goddess is kind and looks at every child equally, then she will not let the weak have no chance of victory. Take away all my life, let me see if your kindness is real. The figures that suddenly appeared in front of Xia Qin interrupted her memories. They were a group of elderly people with staggering steps, lowering their heads. Chapter 19. Going up the mountain, while the other keepers were going down the mountain silently. The 2 teams intersected with each other, but there was no communication, even though they were colleagues and comrades not long ago. Only 7. These people were once young people, the aging winners in the secret realm, and they had just completed the procedures for early retirement. The funeral procession became more and more silent, and there was a faint cry from behind, a very painful and hoarse cry. No one looked back, nor did they blame or scold, but the 2 teams walked their own way. Some people can still move forward, while others stopped after crying. Xia Qin took a deep breath and continued to move forward. Captain, we need to talk about the person you supervise. Just after returning to the office, someone came up. It was Lei Horan, one of the only 3 remaining members of his team. At the same time, he has always opposed his own supervision suggestion. He is dangerous, very dangerous. I am not talking about his ability to survive in that secret place. His ability must be quite extraordinary, but the most dangerous thing is him. Xiaqin still remembers that when she was dealing with memories, she offered to vouch for her lifesaver. The man in front of her, who was always quick, expressed strong opposition at the first time. This time, he came again. And it seemed that there was no difference. Captain, you know my ability. I act quickly because of my special ability, which allows me to see through a person's hidden emotions in an instant, make decisions and react in an instant, and in that desperate situation. Unable to understand, unable to read, unable to agree. When he thought of that young man, Lei Horan was full of worry and uneasiness. I have seen many dead people. No matter if they are saints or villains, no matter if they made impassioned speeches or begged for mercy before, at the moment of death, they would be filled with negative emotions, anger, anxiety, hatred, or at least reluctance and fear. They were reluctant to leave this world and feared the unknown of death. But that boy only had joy, complete joy. Haven't you read his information? He is a terminally ill patient. He should have thought of the pension. Death was a relief for him at that time. This topic has been repeated many times, and Xiaqin didn't want to talk about it anymore. No, in order to exercise my ability, I have observed the dying of countless terminally ill patients. As long as they are still human, they will have negative emotions before they die, no matter how nice they said before. Death is an unknown, and fear of death is the instinct of life, but he is different. He only has joy and happiness. He seems to have known what is behind death. I have never seen such a dying person. Lei Horan couldn't understand, so he was worried and even afraid. Pollution will only be covered by stronger pollution. The winner of the crazy secret realm, the supernatural power in his hand, is definitely not as simple and harmless as he showed, and every time he came into contact with him, he was still full of joy. It's abnormal, too abnormal. He is so well behaved now, just because he is still weak, just a seed. In our world, the crazier the person, the stronger he is. When normal people are stepping on the brakes, they are stepping on the accelerator. Lu Pingyan is very dangerous. He has removed the brakes at all. He will involve everything around him. He reminds me of the sophist. There are always people who just want to watch everything burn. But even he is not as bad as Lu Pingyan. This was a topic they had agreed not to mention. Lei Horan spoke more and more quietly, and both of them fell silent. The memory brought by that title, that former companion, was too painful to recall. The disaster that A-level wanted criminal had brought to the city was no less than the ZZZ-level pollution this time. Was it the painful past that made Lei Horan in front of him overly worried? Not really. In Lei Horan's eyes, it was just the extreme and crazy personality that might not cause serious harm, and it might be handled by a local police officer. If it was just pollutants above Z level, it could also be supervised. There were a lot of numbered banned items in the archives of the administration. But when the two are combined, when dangerous superpowers meet holders with no bottom line, it is like a nuclear bomb falling into the hands of terrorists, and it reminds people of the person who caused countless tragedies. Xiaqin knew that the superficial explanation was meaningless. Perhaps he needed to be honest with him. After all, there were fewer people available in the team. Lei Horan, do you know how much the pollution incidents above level 3 have increased since this year? It seems to be quite a lot. We are dispatched much more frequently. 35% more than a year ago, 300% more than 20 years ago. In recent years, the annual growth rate has exceeded 30%. If I remember correctly, this is the fourth mass funeral I have attended this year. Now the management bureau has 2 teams, and there is not even a deputy captain to lead the team. They can only stay in the bureau to do logistics. The facts are already in front of us. The current environment is getting worse and worse, but the manpower is getting more and more insufficient. 3 years ago, the captain level of the special service team of the Ancient City Management Bureau was an average of 3.2 levels, but now it is only 2.5 levels. Although the level cannot be equated with combat power, it is a fact that several teams have lost their pillars. The decline of deputy captains and team members is even more serious. Many low-threat jobs can only be thrown to the police, resulting in the pollution or permanent retirement of a large number of police officers. If nothing unexpected happens, in addition to the normal expansion of enrollment to introduce social forces, the Ancient City Management Bureau will apply to several first-class colleges such as Ancient University to allow more students to go to the front line for internship. Our Zion district alone will expand from 7 special service teams to 10. This is actually a notification from above, not a possibility. Xiaqin, who just got the captain's authority, also just learned about this news. Chapter 20. To be frank, let the trainees fill in the troops. Don't be nervous, we won't give them 2 dangerous jobs, they just need to help us share some of the burden. Is the situation so bad? Worse than you think. There are more powerful materials, and Captain Xiaqin has just been qualified to access them, so they can't disclose them at will. For example, several exotic secret realms are ready to move, and the military is also facing a serious shortage of manpower. For example, in order to increase manpower, the difficulty of the Secret Keeper qualification examination has been greatly reduced, and the number of new secret keepers will increase by at least 30% next year. For example, lower the entry threshold for private enterprises, allow more civilian forces to participate in it, and at the same time, increase bonuses and welfare benefits. For example, publish more taboo knowledge to the public, and actively create polluters in several controlled secret realms. Isn't there an old saying? As long as the situation is bad enough, there is no bottom line in rules. There is a high probability that Lu Ping'an will be admitted to the academy and become our temporary colleague after obtaining a temporary license. If you still have concerns at that time, you can keep an eye on him. Just like this time, you took the initiative to apply to test his ability. Did you see through it? Lei Horan smiled bitterly. Ha, I am your captain. How could I not care about what you saw? At least, he got something in the open, which is a win-win situation and harmless. In fact, Xiaqin laughed as she spoke. She really didn't know how expensive firewood and rice were until she ran the household. The captain-level intelligence authority made her understand why Captain He always had a bitter face in the past. The situation is 10 times worse than it appears. Since 50 years ago, the whole world has been mired in a quagmire and has been sliding uncontrollably into the abyss. Unstable factors that don't step on the brakes? At least a mother goddess with Z-level potential? 20 years ago, it might have really been eradication rather than surveillance, but now, the world is bad enough. I'm not worried about him going crazy, I'm just worried that he's not strong enough. To be honest, I hope he grows up as soon as possible so that we can live longer. You have relatives, right? Pollution incidents in the ancient city are becoming more and more frequent, and Xiaqin's third team has only 3 veterans who have been in the industry for less than 3 years, but the burden is getting heavier. Count on new reinforcements? There is a shortage of people everywhere, and they all want combat power. As long as the mission of the subordinate teams of the district-level Abnormal Management Bureau is still public security, the sequence is not high enough. Even if there are high-quality soldiers, can they grab them by themselves? Let's not talk about those virtual and far-reaching ones. The combat power that can be dug out is the hard truth. I heard that your sister has also applied for Gouda. I will apply to transfer her in Ping'an here so that we can take care of each other. It will only take half a year at most. For your sister, give it another try. You also want to be a second-level deputy team leader when your sister joins the team, not an ordinary team member. Thinking of his innocent sister who suddenly broke through the lower limit of human beings and the increasingly frequent high-level pollution incidents, Lei Horan nodded silently without saying anything else. During the funeral, an old acquaintance and their mouths just walked out of a pet store. He turned his head and was a little speechless. Since he was also born in this city, his friends inexplicably assigned him a task to contact the local official secret keeper's intelligence. Then, say hello to the old captains and old colleagues first? TSK, they will kill me, right? Don't worry, I have enough money. Those debts? It's okay, I said, give them all to me. I am a prospective keeper, and there is a scholarship after admission, which will be paid off soon. It's okay, it's really okay. By the way, there is no need to send local specialties, there are enough to eat. I just got home and saw that the suspected Z to ZZZ level pollutant was making a phone call in the living room. Pulling the phone line, the happiness in his words and the smile in the corners of his eyes could not be concealed. Debts? Give them all to him? Xiaqin looked at the bill. It was not a small amount, even for a keeper with a high income. But looking at the confident Lu Ping'an, Xiaqin just smiled. Work hard to grow and then work hard to make money. In Xiaqin's view, there is nothing wrong with not stepping on the brakes, and hiding is also the daily life of a keeper. In order to survive in this world that is gradually entering the dusk, there are indeed more and more people who cross the line in crazy people. Leihua Blade, you are right. There are always people who have nothing left and only want to hear the sound of broken porcelain and the world burning. But he is different. Lu Ping'an is different from bastards like the sophist. She vouched for him only because of what she saw when she visited Lu Ping'an after the incident. She saw the boy in the ward with his parents, and his beaming expression when he said that he was well and our life will get better. The joy and attachment from the bottom of his heart to his parents who were crying with joy. No matter how hard he steps on the accelerator or how far he runs, as long as he has a place to go, he will come back sooner or later. And isn't our job as a secret keeper to protect that place for everyone? If we can't do it, there's nothing to complain about. Then, I'm only worried that he's not crazy enough or strong enough. Chapter 21. Here. As the words fell, a can of steaming hot drink was thrown into the police car. Thank you, black tea flavor? I want coffee. Touching the hot black tea drink, Lu Ping'an complained a few words. It's not that he was really dissatisfied with the free drink. It was good to have hot drinks from a vending machine at this time. But he should have been sleeping soundly in the warm quilt, but he had to stay in a police car on the street, which was a bit unpleasant. Xiaqin smiled and didn't say much. It was a sudden whim to pull the other party out for hunting. Hold on, it's almost dawn, I'll treat you to breakfast later. Don't tempt me with breakfast, I'm not a child. Yes, I'm not a child at the age of 16. Do you want your sister to help you order a children's meal at KGC later? Lu Ping'an was a little helpless. Although becoming younger is a good thing, the other party seems to really treat him as a precocious kid, which is quite depressing. How do you feel about following the patrol on the first day? It's quite subtle and seems quite boring. I can't help much, so I can only watch from behind. In fact, more than 90% of the nights are like this. What we need to do is not to defeat some demon king, but to prepare for a rainy day and disarm those unexploded bombs. Lu Ping'an rolled his eyes and didn't say much. He had seen through everything and was too lazy to explain anything. Want to be a soldier? Want to teach himself a political lesson? What's the point if he doesn't know whether he will still be there in half a year? And now, the reason why he is willing to waste precious time playing games all night and follow the other party on patrol is because of the other party's promise. Okay, little brother Lu Ping'an, if you let me write a recommendation letter for you and get extra points for internship, you really have to intern for a few nights at least to understand the work process of grassroots secret keepers. Otherwise, if you say you have interned with a secret keeper and the examiner asks you a detail casually, you will be finished. This is the reason. Becoming a first-level secret keeper and having professional internship experience are both extra points for the special college entrance examination. By the way, you give me 3,000 for one night. Does it mean that professional secret keepers make a lot of money? That's not the case. You know there are only 3 people working in our group. The higher-ups give us money to hire some temporary helpers. Okay, I know you don't want to hear this. Professional secret keepers make a lot of money. The average salary is more than 10 times that of ordinary people. This is the main reason why Lu Ping'an was forced to submit. He was very short of money. 760,000? Goo, kill me. Thinking of the bill that had just been delivered to him, Lu Ping'an had no choice but to obey. He had found the biggest similarity between the two worlds, which was the very expensive medical expenses. Stop it, your life is not worth that much. Although he had guaranteed with his parents in his hometown when he called last night that he could handle all the debts at home. But in a short period of time, he really couldn't handle it. Didn't you say that I could ask the relevant departments to help me get rid of usury? The other side of being a high-threat target under the supervision of the relevant departments is that someone will help him avoid some troublesome encounters. A super unexploded bomb that has not been tempted by evil gods and has no ability to lose control on its own, but is driven out of control by bullying or loan sharking, is really a crying mess. Our logistics and accounting departments are professional. You also want to keep your parents' house. 760,000 is the result after squeezing out those messy things. If it weren't more than 3 million. Now I've helped you get something similar to a mortgage, more than 6,000 a month, and it will be done in 20 years. It's already the best solution. If you get a license and work hard, you can pay it off in 3 or 4 years. Now it's 1998, and a small million is really not a small number. There is more for a city house. Lu Ping'an sighed helplessly. Other time travelers survived a disaster and awakened with plugins. It's really bad that he has a large amount of debt right from the start. But Lu Ping'an also knows that this is the best solution at the moment. This is equivalent to the official coming out to pay off and buy out his messy millions of accounts, and then only need to pay the legal and minimum part. The disadvantage is that he has become a debtor to the official, and it is impossible not to pay it back. Can it be a 40-year loan? 60 years is better. But 6,000 a month is still over a point. The average salary in the ancient city is less than 2,000, and it is impossible to pay off the debt with regular work. Don't go too far. Do you really think it's buying a house? This is the best solution I have fought for you. Xia Qin was angry and amused. This guy really wanted to let the Alien Management Bureau come forward and forcefully buy out the debt. It's a simple matter? You really owe money, and other people's money is also real money. I ran around for 2.5 days just for this matter, went to several departments, beat up a few bastards, and owed a favor. TSK, you have no imagination, you haven't seen a real supermortgage, the kind that a family has to pay for 200 years. Speaking those words that no one could understand, Lu Ping'an actually remembered this favor. With the experience of 2 lives, he knew that rules are dead and people are alive. Xia Qin could just handle it impartially and leave this mess to himself. After you enter the ancient city Great Secret Arts Academy, you will be a quasi-secret keeper, and you will also receive subsidies and resettlement fees, which will be enough for you to repay your loans in the first 2 years. If you want to pay off your debts as soon as possible, you can take the professional qualification exam in your freshman year, and then you can go out to accept commissions, but it's a little difficult. After talking about the arrangements he prepared for him, he closed the car. Chapter 22. After leaving the door, Xia Qin turned on the police car's radio and headed for the next mission point. She did intend to take Lu Ping'an on the road as soon as possible, but recently due to the shortage of personnel, the task burden was a bit heavy, and overtime became the norm. So, she simply took him out to help him make up for his shortcomings, and it was also convenient for him to observe nearby. No matter how much experience and books say, it is not as good as a real battle, and no matter how gorgeous the words are, it is not as good as being a comrade in arms. The reason is also very straightforward. The assessment of Guqing University has a real battle item every year. Although Lu Ping'an's level is basically impossible to pass now. But seeing him get to that point, how much he can improve in these short 20 days, and what level of sharp change he can achieve from Immortal is the answer that Xia Qin really expects. She knows that Lu Ping'an is pretending to be good and hiding things, and Lu Ping'an also knows that she knows. The 2 parties who are not familiar with each other are also in the running-in period, and keeping a certain distance is also a kind of friendliness. Little guy, you are still too young. If I don't force you, how can I see what you really hide? So, while driving, Ms. Xia smiled triumphantly. But let's not say that after this night, Lu Ping'an has a clearer understanding of the so-called secret-keeping career. The Special Operation Team under the Abnormal Management Bureau is not like the superhero he imagined before, but an upgraded version of the Special Police. There are too many abnormalities in this world, and with ordinary public security incidents, it is unrealistic to let these special teams patrol around as local police. In most cases, ordinary police officers carry special pollution detection equipment while performing their duties. But if they encounter troubles that they cannot handle, the official statement is a pollution incident of level 2 or above. At that time, they can contact the special service team on duty and ask professionals to handle and suppress it. But because of the incident more than 10 days ago, 3 of the 7 special service teams in Zion District were almost disbanded directly, and they were seriously short of manpower. There are more things to do when there are fewer people, and the radio station rings once every night. Not all pollution incidents will reach the level of the secret realm. According to Xiaqin, the secret realm is at least a level 4 pollution incident, which may not be encountered once in a few months. And the secret realm involves quasi-gods, starting with a top-level pollution incident, which she has only experienced once. More of her daily life is to deal with some first-level pollutant individuals and second-level polluter individuals to avoid the escalation of pollution incidents. To put it bluntly, she took over 3 contaminated items from the police in one night, beat up a gang with superpowers, dealt with 2 superpower robberies, and helped the police deal with several seemingly ordinary public security incidents. Regardless of the era, people who have just awakened supernatural powers are often prone to self-inflation, and iron fist sanctions are effective and must be timely. Fighting from the north to the south of the city, she is worthy of being a real fierce woman with all her talents in combat, and forcibly demolishing the gang building with more than a dozen gunmen and knifemen. Lu Pingyan also knew where the fighting experience and pistol experience from her ability feedback came from. She beat down at least dozens of unlucky guys in one night. The most outrageous thing is that she still said that today was relatively easy. Damn, this world seems a little uneasy. Along the way, Lu Pingyan also saw the fighting method of real professionals. 1 person, 2 fists, a pistol, and a pair of long legs swept everything. The psychic who fought against her also used all kinds of messy abilities, but they all had their legs broken simply and directly. Quick movement, instant and decisive handling ability, and then a close attack or a shot, it was solved. From beginning to end, she didn't use spells, supernatural abilities. But she should use a sword, obviously that is her main path. This is what Lu Pingyan is most puzzled about. Xiaqin has 2 weapons, a crimson custom pistol and a cabbage sword cane. As far as Lu Pingyan knows, Xiaqin is on the swordsman and fighter paths at the same time, and only the swordsman path has reached the 2nd level. She has never drawn a sword from beginning to end. No, considering the feedback experience these days, there is no swordsmanship. I'm afraid she hasn't drawn a sword this week. At this moment, Lu Pingyan knew that the supernatural world might not be as simple as he imagined. The keepers of the same level seemed to be very different. At least a suspected 2nd-level wild ability user he saw was directly killed in front of Xiaqin, an official 2nd level. Seeing such a fierce Captain Xia, Lu Pingyan also knew why she had the confidence to use the money for hiring helpers to subsidize herself. Suddenly, Xiaqin frowned and picked up the intercom. Patrol Car 116, Patrol Car 117, Patrol Car 200, please reply if you hear me. You haven't had regular contact for 3 hours. But there was still only noise on the other end of the intercom. Something happened. Xiaqin put on the police lights without hesitation and turned on the positioning device. As soon as he arrived there, Lu Pingyan took a breath of cold air. It was already 6:30 in the morning, and the light of dawn shone down, but it made people feel cold in their hearts. The windows of the 3 police cars were all open, but there were only large patches of red inside. That red directly covered the ground at the intersection. And their owners were pieced together to become the signal light in the center of the road. Xiaqin's face became ugly, and she stared at the bloody graffiti on the ground. Under the traffic light, a bloody graffiti figure, a faceless figure wearing a question mark mask, is stretching out his arms and seems to be saying something. Sophist. Chapter 23. The whisper was full of anger, and the calm arm was holding the cane and making a clacking sound. It was the first time that Lu Pingyan saw Xiaqin so angry, but at this moment, an unexpected voice sounded in his ears. Lu Pingyan, we need to talk. The big cat? At this time, Lu Pingyan noticed that the flesh and blood statue that pieced everything together was somewhat familiar. It was not a sculpture that was pieced together casually, it had roots and branches, and leaves made up of components. He had seen this in that deadly secret realm, but it was made of the zombies of the secret keepers, and it was more upscale. Tree of Life? Mother Goddess? So, Chris is in trouble? Lu Pingyan, don't you want to know which path is best for you? I can tell you. Chapter 24. Lu Pingyan, don't you want to know which way is best for you? I can tell you. The sudden surrender of the big cat was undoubtedly good news, but Lu Pingyan could hear her uneasiness. Before Lu Pingyan could respond, he was driven back home by Xia Qin, who had a sullen face, and was seriously told not to go out and not to open the door. Judging from Captain Xia's anxious attitude, he might not get a share of the patrol money in the short term. It's a pity that I lost some income. At this moment, Lu Pingyan returned to his temporary residence, locked the door, and opened his own silver key. Why is it so good all of a sudden? Is that guy looking for you? Looking at the blonde woman in front of him, Lu Pingyan rarely made a joke. The golden hair dragged all the way to the waist, and the princess hairstyle and spiral curls behind the head gave people a subtle rich lady style. The moon and sun earrings on both ears were a bit exaggerated. But her appearance controlled all of this. It is no exaggeration to say that Chris is the most beautiful woman Lu Pingyan has ever seen if you only look at her appearance. A delicate face like a doll, calm and elegant lake-colored eyes, and a smile with a breath of pity and love. The snow-white nun's robe could not cover her perfect and mature figure. The cross-shaped ancient tree emblem on her chest was classical and full of historical sense. Her hands were clasped in a cross, and she always kept a compassionate smile. She looked like a perfect clergyman, a living saint. Except that her face was too young and outstanding compared to her temperament, which seemed a little unreal. But Lu Pingyan knew that all of this was a false image. Put away your fake smile, it makes me feel a little sick. The woman smiled, and her compassionate smile turned into sarcasm. Isn't this what you want to see? Isn't this the beauty in the eyes of your short-lived race? I am just a phantom, a concept. Everything you see now is just a projection of me, the great Keldalize, in your mind. Keldalize was not born as a human. She even abandoned the so-called material form a long time ago. However, when humans face indescribable things, they will instinctively brainfill and turn it into an image that they can understand, a similar object that fits their past concepts. Just like the big cat sacred beast before, just like the perfect beauty now, just like the holy images of countless good and evil gods. Countless tentacles are stirring under the nun's robe, and under her shadow are twisted evil things that fill the entire garden. She smiled, and infinite evil and shadows overflowed from her feet, and she filled the whole world. If it weren't for the restrictions of the contract, if both parties were not in a live and die together state now, she would have torn her master to pieces long ago. Oh, so that's how it is. If I use you to shoot AV, can't one person play several female roles? God, such a profitable idea, I just thought of it now. In an instant, the malicious smile solidified. Keldales felt that Lu Pingyan was actually telling the truth. Under the innocent smile of the boy, the bottomless malice was much more excessive than his own. No, after I was observed by you humans, my image was determined. This is my real human form, the incarnation that best fits my body. The sacred beast was scared. Really scared. If he really did it, and her videotapes were lost in her original world, it would be better to die a dozen or 20 times. Lu Pingyan smiled and suppressed the other party's arrogance again. After confirming the master-servant status, he did not intend to continue to humiliate the big cat. After all, if he was not mistaken, the two sides were now in a cooperative relationship and both had something to ask of each other. The case at the crossroads, was it for you? After taking a deep breath, Chris closed her eyes and looked calm. It seems that she is not going to talk about this aspect. Lu Pingyan nodded. Silence itself is also a kind of expression of meaning, which can be regarded as a default that it was Keldales who caused the trouble. Okay, if I am discovered, will they kill me? Don't underestimate my believers, death is never the end. Well, the two of them are in the same boat, and they don't know how to jump. Will they save you? Ha ha. A simple low laugh, but with self-mockery, contains a lot of content. So, you don't want to be found by them. Still silent, Lu Pingon understood everything. Chris's extremely selfish evolution doctrine doesn't look like it is a cult that cultivates loyal believers. On the contrary, it is a clear survival of the fittest, and it seems that the inferiors are overthrowing the superiors. The doctrine even encourages the inferiors to overthrow the superiors. But for Lu Pingon, this is good news. Both parties are now in the same camp, and neither of them wants to be found. From the moment Chris noticed the crime scene and was willing to help him find the way, Lu Pingon estimated that her attitude would change. The bloody case that just happened left behind the holy image of the cult. It is a way to find God, and at the same time, it is a temptation. Why don't you contact us? Are you okay? Why is your contact channel closed? If Chris does not respond in time, either she cannot respond, or her condition is so fragile that it is best not to be discovered. Chapter 25. Then, how can we avoid being found? In the face of fate, hiding is meaningless. Lu Pingon understood immediately, you can't hide. So, we have to strike first. Do they have a way to find you? My holy objects have my soul fluctuations, there may be two locals. The two people who were forced to be in the same boat were rarely frank. It turned out that Chris left two holy objects, which were holy images for believers to pray. As long as they were close enough, they would naturally resonate. To separate this resonance, physical distance is not safe, it is best to separate a small world. Many high-end secret keeper training institutions are secret places in themselves to ensure safety. Now, Lu Pingon completely understood the reason why Chris took the initiative to show goodwill. If he enters the ancient city by himself, it is equivalent to entering a secret realm. Chris's own safety will also increase significantly. She hopes that she can pass the exam and is willing to show herself the way. After all, since we will be exposed sooner or later, the stronger I am, the safer you will be. Helping me is equivalent to helping yourself. So, can you show me the way? As a person with the ability of the Mother Goddess, only Chris, who knows the real Lu Pingon, has the ability to show him the way. What Lu Pingon needs is not just a part-time job that is not a loss, but the best starting point and main road after a bird's-eye view of the overall situation. Only a high-level existence who stands as high as possible can make such a judgment. Now, when Lu Pingon's strength is linked to Chris's safety, Lu Pingon feels that her opinion seems to be worth listening to. You don't know the reality of life, let alone what your ability means. The way you use your ability is stupid and inefficient. You are simply using the bright sun as a match. The most unbearable thing is that you don't even know what you have taken from me. How precious. The sourness in her words has overflowed. When she thought of the favor of fate to the other party, when she thought of the high tower she had accumulated for hundreds of years being pushed down by the naughty boy favored by fate, when she thought of her hundreds of years of savings becoming the starting point of the other party, she was furious. Stop talking nonsense, tell me, which way is most suitable for me? Lu Pingon didn't want to listen to the cultists explain their doctrines, he just wanted to know the answer of the toolcat. As with the ending of every previous communication, Chris, who was choked, was furious, and her spiral curly blonde hair was so angry that it curled up. The original holiness and mercy finally disappeared without a trace. Finally, she squeezed out a sentence from her teeth. Gardener. Then, she turned into a ball of black mud and disappeared without a trace. Communication ends here? Lu Pingon smiled and returned to the real world. He flipped through his own information and took out the reference book with common paths. Yes, it was the book runner? Guardian? Tamer? Don't always focus on the popular ones, the best one is the one that suits you. How to choose the most suitable starting point for you from the 53 common paths according to your awakened abilities. Fortunately, it's here. Since it's a common path, I don't have to hesitate. Hey, isn't this the weakest path, the path of the logistics department? Chapter 26. Meow, open the door. I hadn't even slept for a while when the door was knocked. Who is it? Lu Ping'an was a little unhappy. He had just laid down not long ago, and he was not allowed to catch up on some sleep. Me. Your leaks, the leak boxes have arrived. Lu Ping'an was so scared that he suddenly woke up, and sweat broke out on his vest. Leaks? Does she know what I think of her? Or is there some more advanced mind-reading technique? In this world of 1998, there is no such thing as leaks. Lu Ping'an opened the door silently, but was greeted by the flattering smile of a woman who came to add buff. She was holding a bag of breakfast and smiled. You haven't had breakfast yet, I brought some for you on the way. She smiled proudly, even a little cocky. She got some supplements from her brother yesterday, so she can afford breakfast again. Human breakfast. Lu Ping'an breathed a sigh of relief that he did not encounter the second poisonous traverser, and he opened the door. Let's eat together. I have some milk and bread here. No, it's not as delicious as biscuits. I need to leave some in my stomach. Ahem, no, I've already eaten. Besides, you know milk doesn't suit me, meow. This time, the girl took the initiative to hold her paws and waved her fists up and down like a lucky cat. Some things are hard to hide. Since we may have a long-term cooperation in the future, it's better to be honest. Anyway, he should have seen through it yesterday, meow. He looks relatively honest at the moment. He shouldn't be a bad guy. The girl's white cat ears were also exposed, shaking with her little tail, making her more lively and cute. Oh, even cats are lactose intolerant? Interesting, what about catnip? The boy asked casually. The girl froze immediately, her tail suddenly stood straight up, and her ears were also blown up. Her eyes were full of vigilance, that was the look the girl gave to the suspected criminal. The last person who tried to add catnip to my diet is still in the hospital. Quite kind, he didn't beat him to death? At this moment, Lu Ping'an became more and more determined to hide his true self. No wonder others say that natural powers are the biggest secrets. For a beast-man like Shui Yun, just knowing his abilities naturally exposes extra weaknesses. It's nothing, just a few more inedible things. Her sense of smell should be good, and she won't be easily fooled. But if it is made into a spray? Or placed in the water in the bathroom, it would be interesting, I want to see it. With a mess of thoughts in his head, Lu Ping'an smiled very friendly. He ignored the other party's warning and calculated when he would be free to go to the pet store to add some materials. By the way, I have a big cat at home, why not try it? Forget it, she just looks like a cat, this kind of thing is not even humiliating, and besides, I have to be a little nice to her recently. He sat at the dining table in the living room and enjoyed the breakfast delivered to his door. The door over there was still closed, and Xiaqin still didn't go home. It seems that she is going crazy from working overtime. He was eating leek dumplings, but the girl kept circling around the table, unable to stop, wanting to say something but stopping, pretending to be calm on her face, her tail wagging. Okay, let's get down to business first. Have you brought the things? Lu Ping'an, with his mouth full of oil, put down his chopsticks. I brought them. They are so expensive. Can we share some of the expenses? The girl cried and tried to get away with it and modify the previous agreement. Forget it, we can completely not trade. Pa! A stack of contracts was smashed on the table, and the girl flipped it open angrily. I asked a familiar contract master to make it. He gave me a preferential price of 300. The confidential content is the details of your and my abilities. If you violate the contract, you will be warned in red for 1 year. If there is no problem, sign it. The contract master, or the contract master, is a branch of the scholar path, a very practical second-level professional. Its professional ability can turn a verbal contract into a binding contract. Lu Ping'an flipped through it, confirmed that there was no hidden content, and signed it in a few seconds. Red warning? The use of any supernatural power requires a price. The price of this contract is borne by both the contract maker and the contract signer. He may be able to come up with a powerful contract of death for violating the oath, but he must also bear the price of cursing a person. A contract of that level is definitely not something that a poor girl like Shuei-yun can afford. The so-called Scarlet Warning is a warning of breaking the oath that has stood the test of time and has the lowest cost and the most serious consequences. The contract period is 1 year, and the penalty period for breaking the oath is also 1 year. If you violate the contract, a deficit of traitor will appear on your face, which cannot be covered. If you don't want to die in society, keep each other's information secret. Since the power of the contract also comes from the signer himself, it is difficult to wash off the curse on oneself, even if it is just a painless deficit. In the world of secret keepers who value credit and commitment, the price of being a liar is also close to social death. That will make everyone around you reconsider their attitude towards you. The seemingly harmless Scarlet Warning contract is actually more effective than the low-level curse, at least before the collapse of social order. It was Lu Ping'an's idea to propose signing a confidentiality agreement. He has a lot of things hidden, and the more. Chapter 27. The more he uses his abilities, the more things he will leak. He needs to avoid risks in advance. Of course, he has no experience in this. It was Chris who made the suggestion. Chris must have selfish motives. Lu Ping'an only decided to adopt it after repeated consideration and determined that it should be harmless. After returning from the scene of the case, her attitude became much friendlier. The contract stipulates information related to the abilities of both parties, which also means that even if Lu Ping'an uses new abilities in the future, the other party must keep it confidential for 1 year. That means that in addition to confidentiality, there is the possibility of deeper cooperation. Lu Ping'an has a plan, a grand plan that can theoretically achieve a win-win situation, and he needs a few toolcats. Ahem, trustworthy teammates. The little girl didn't think that far. She was just heartbroken for the extra expenses of the contract. She felt that this man was so nagging and didn't trust her. His favorability was down. Down. The most excessive thing was that he had to pay extra money from his side and was unwilling to share the contract money. Don't let yourself embezzle a little. Well, that's right, be a little greedy, these are 2 contracts instead of 1. The Lei brothers and sisters brought their contracts. Naturally, the money was paid by their elder brother Lei Horan, but if Lu Ping'an is willing to share some of the cost, there is no need to elaborate on who will get the money. Looking at the little girl with puffed cheeks and sulking, Lu Ping'an also had some extra thoughts. It seems that you are short of money? Isn't this your fault? You don't have to use it at all. I don't lack people. Lei Shuei-yun looked at him, gnashing his teeth silently, and then tried to force a smile. You think too much, senior brother, I have always been grateful to you. It's just that I am really short of money now. That's good, I have a purchase order here, can you help me? 300 yuan for running errands. 300? So good? Just running errands? Lei Shuei-yun took the receipt and flipped it open. It was all things he had never heard of. Hermaphrodite of snow mountain bitter flower, seeds of white mandrake grass, rhizomes of ant paradise wood. Ha! These all seem to be magical plants. Are you going to develop magic potions? Or take the gardener path? Isn't that the logistics path? Facing the girl's question, Lu Ping'an just smiled and didn't answer. Now, it was Lei Shuei-yun's turn to stick out his tongue embarrassedly and lower his head, as an apology. Not to track down the other party's intelligence is the most basic rule of the keeper, not to mention to find out the other party's ability and path. Even if you have a commission like a purchase order, unless it is an obvious contraband, the old hands will not ask at all. Obviously, Lei Shuei-yun is not mature enough. It shouldn't be difficult to get it in the morning. It's not a rare thing. Your brother should have a channel. I'm restricted from going out, otherwise I would go by myself. There is money to be made by running errands, and there is no reason to refuse. But when Lei Shuei-yun got the order and was about to go out, he was stopped by Lu Ping'an, who remembered something. Wait, I forgot something important. Okay, go and come back quickly. Catnip. Seeing the last 3 words, Lei Shuei-yun's cute little face twisted instantly. She meowed angrily, her teeth itching with hatred, staring at Lu Pingyan, who was full of joy, but she instinctively realized that no matter what she said, the other party would return it with more joy. For such a bastard, ignoring him might be the best choice, and finally, she squeezed out a sentence. I will be there soon. She was about to go out angrily, and Lu Pingyan casually added a buff to her and asked her to send it quickly, but suddenly remembered something. Remember to give me the invoice later, I'm afraid you will embezzle it. There is a black market for this kind of thing, how can there be an invoice? Oh, forget it, but catnip is sold in pet shops, there must be an invoice. Bang! No answer. Judging from the force of her closing the door and the sound of her footsteps going downstairs, she was very angry. Ha, if I put a sprayer or a bottle of water on the table in the future, she will be suspicious. Next time I go to the gym, bring her some drinks, buy some expensive sports drinks, and see if she is willing to throw them away. After completing the daily task, bullying the kitten, Lu Pingyan finally put his mind on business. According to the plan, the message that I am going to take the path of logistics gardener was passed on through the kitten. Then, next, it will be a happy harvest time. It was already past 9 o'clock, and another 24 hours had passed. It was a happy time to harvest leeks. As soon as the system started to settle, he was stunned. A small amount of experience in the Black Iron level spell Spider Walk. The current progress is 11 out of 100. Oh my god, no wonder the kitten was so humiliated and broke through to become a real professional in one night. The Awaken spell was not the shrinking spell? Chapter 28. Gained a small amount of fighting experience, gained a small amount of gunmanship experience, gained a small amount of forbidden knowledge, gained a small amount of driving experience, gained a small amount of criminal investigation experience. The first person to complete the investment calculation was Xiaqin, who had been busy all night last night. Gained 9 points of fighting experience, fighting, secret keeper style, LV2, 15 out of 100. Gained 14 points of gunmanship experience, gunmanship skills LV up, current gunmanship skills, pistol, LV2, 1/100. Except for the gunmanship rising by 1 level, the other improvements are minimal, which also means. Didn't you draw the sword? So, you haven't found the cultist yet? Clearing the memory fragments in his head, Lu Pingyan felt that he seemed to be more familiar with the pistol, even though he was just a good citizen who had never even opened the safety. The use of the investment ability is a prerequisite. The other party cannot be hostile or refuse clearly. It is best to be a credit target and, at the same time, the strength cannot exceed your own by too much. Among the professional secret keepers that Lu Pingyan could contact, the third level one failed in his investment, and the strongest one among the second level ones seemed to be Xiaqin. This is why Lu Pingyan still used the precious investment quota on her, even though her abilities did not seem to fit him very well and she had not even used her supernatural abilities in these days. The improvement of combat power is never a loss. From another perspective, she has not used a single spell in so many days. Doesn't it just show her strength? Even if it is just to build a good relationship and eliminate suspicion, this investment quota is worth it. Unlike Xiaqin, who did not get a share of the spell, the Lei brothers and sisters were too generous. From the settlement of yesterday's income of the investor Lei Hua Blade, a small amount of running experience, a small amount of breathing skills, and a small amount of spatial perception instinct were obtained. The light-chasing running method obtained 39 points of experience points, the flashing breathing method obtained 22 points of experience points, and the fighting method obtained 1 point of experience points. Compared with Xiaqin, who only added up to a little over 20 points, the Lei brother was too diligent and directly gave more than 60 points. A small amount of experience gained from the Iron level spell Shrinking the Earth, current progress 65 out of 100. At the same time, Lu Pingyan was given what he wanted most, a share of the supernatural spell. Light-chasing running technique LV up. Current LV2, 13/100. Swift breathing technique LV up. Current LV2, 3/100. Both runners' basic skills were upgraded, which meant that they were one step closer to using spells to shrink the earth and become a true professional. The only regret was that the other necessary conditions, spatial perception LV1, still only had a small amount of experience improvement, and was still a little far from being marked by the regularized system. Then, his sister gave Lu Ping'an a surprise. A small amount of experience gained from the iron level spell Spider Walk, current progress 11 out of 100. The improvement in running skills and breathing techniques added up to about 30 points, which could not bring about a qualitative change, but this new iron level spell was an unexpected surprise. Lu Ping'an checked and found that the professional ability of each profession is not single, and the first level runner does not only have shrinking the earth, but the awakening probability of other spells is lower. With such high requirements, the awakening probability is naturally low. Lu Ping'an clicked on the screen in the void, and more information was fed back. Usage requirements: swift breathing technique LV7, spatial perception LV4, reflexes, lower black iron, spider walk experience 100 out of 100. This requirement is really too much for a zero-level runner. Physical strength and spirit are basic attributes in Lu Ping'an's status bar. There is no way to improve them at all, and they are not mentioned when they are divided. Only a slight mention was made when taking office. Runner's occupation correction: physical strength is slightly improved, reflexes are slightly improved, and spirit is slightly reduced. The panel has not changed, and it is still 3 mortals. Do you need extraordinary reflex nerves? With such high spatial perception and breathing method, the basic attributes of that cat are a bit scary. The requirements are so high, but the effect is quite subtle. Black iron level spell Spider Walk: in one breath, the limbs touch the wall as if they were on the ground. Chaser: there is no road for you to run? Is chasing such an inconvenient thing? When Lu Ping'an focused his attention on it, a memory emerged in his mind. The cat excitedly stepped on the ceiling and jumped back and forth between the wall and the roof. To put it bluntly, the beggar version of Spider-Man, in the time of stagnant breathing, stepped on the wall and the ceiling as if it were on the ground. If there is a choice, Lu Ping'an. No, most ordinary runners will choose the more convenient shrinking the ground without hesitation. But if it is the cat, a catwoman with a basic strength and reaction speed twice that of an ordinary person, the mobility brought by shrinking the ground will not help her much. On the contrary, if she sneaks in from the wall, walks backwards along the ceiling with the silent steps of a cat, and stretches out her claws towards your head. No wonder some people say that the combat effectiveness of people of the same rank and job level can be very different. This randomness is a bit deceptive, but only children make choices, and I want them all as an adult. The awakening of supernatural abilities is never an easy task. It requires not only persistent training and professional skills to support it, but also a flash of inspiration, and finally the consumption of accumulated pollution. Hard training, inspiration, and accumulation are all indispensable. If you awaken to an inappropriate professional ability, it will be really miserable. The chance of awakening the second time will be much lower then. Chapter 29. For the first time, the consumption will increase significantly. Generally speaking, there are only 2 or 3 professional abilities in the first level profession, and it is enough to get a good one. But for Lu Ping'an, who has a life bank, he only needs to gather the basic conditions for use. For him, all is the route set from the beginning. After sorting out the harvest in his hands, Lu Ping'an also breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because of his low foundation, his runner professional skills improved quickly. But the share brings not only positive improvements. Cat biscuits, are they really so delicious? I want to try it. The target of the share is the harvest of life. There are hard training and fighting, and naturally there is daily life. Maybe the cat biscuits gave the little girl too much impact. She shared a lot of evaluations of the delicious enjoyment of cat biscuits. The delicious feeling made Lu Ping'an almost drool. Fortunately, the impact came and went quickly. After repeatedly chanting "I am a human, not a cat," Lu Ping'an also suppressed this impulse and just focused on tasting the leak box. This seems to be a bit of an invasion of personal privacy. It can be used as a means of collecting intelligence. But this also reminded him that if he used investment without restraint, he might be distorted by what was shared. For the time being, let's go with the lay brothers and Sister Xia. There are 2 very hard-working professional runners who share the profits for him. It should be no problem to reach double LV4 within half a month. As the easiest professional ability for runners to get, if you get it before the exam, your survival rate will be effectively improved. After solving the survival problem, the next step is naturally the actual combat aspect. I was originally planning to pull. Big Cat said that it would be enough to rely on the gardener, but it feels a bit far-fetched. Isn't that a well-known logistics route? It's also the most time-consuming. One day later, Lu Ping'an passed by a pet store. When he returned home and looked at the box of cat biscuits, he was a little hesitant. Just seeing the packaging, the large amount of saliva secreted and the delicious aftertaste made him impulsive. He looked around and there was no one around. I'll try it. Then, he sprayed. Ugh, it's fishy and dry, and it's totally different from what I remember. Did he buy the wrong one? After checking again and again, he found the same packaging. And the same brand. Now, he finally realized that cats' sense of taste is different from humans. What they think is delicious, he might think is like eating X. Don't say it, there won't really be a beast like Flyman. I must be careful when considering who to invest in the future. While determining a hidden price of his ability, Lu Ping'an looked at the cat biscuits on the table and felt worried, because he didn't have a cat. By the way, don't I have a big cat at home? Why don't I? Get lost. A roar came from the other side, and the big cat really didn't seem to be a cat. So, he generously gave it to a schoolgirl. Ha! How do you know that my cat likes this brand of cat food? Thank you, senior. Yeah, I hope your cat enjoys eating it. Chapter 30. I heard that you want to work as a gardener part-time. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded a little tired. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and Xia Qin had not rested since last night's night shift. After this big case, meetings, discussions, arrangements for pursuit, and compensation for victims were all troublesome and exhausting. Brother Lei did not ask Lu Ping'an to add buff because he was also working overtime. It should be unnecessary to say who passed this news. Now, Xia Qin took time out from the meeting to call. Yes, I feel that being a gardener is quite suitable for me. You see, I am not good at fighting, and I don't have time to receive training. Is this way of growing and making money by sitting and waiting suitable for me? Indeed, logistics is also the easiest major to pass in Gouda. Although Xia Qin said so, she was a little disappointed, but the next moment, she seemed to accidentally add another sentence. It can't be because the gardener is also from the life system, just like the mother goddess. Mother goddess? What is that? I don't see it in the information book. Little rascal, how could you not know? Forget it, whatever you want. Are you going to the secret realm of the forest to complete the career track? I'll give you the permission to go out and the permission to enter. Go and come back quickly. Hey, maybe you'll be safer there, you can do it yourself. Do you know the location? I don't have time to take you there now. With 3 people on hand, if there is no one to protect him at home, it might be safer for Lu Ping'an to go out alone. Thinking of the current situation, Xia Qin sighed helplessly and stopped forcing it. The power borrowed by the gardener profession is the god of the life system, the forest girl. In a sense, she and Lu Ping'an are still a little entangled. The one near Lindsay Hospital? I know. The hospital where Lu Ping'an was treated and Chris sneaked into was called Lindsay Hospital for short, and its full name is the ancient city third hospital of the forest girl's love for the world. Just like the Chaser Church has invested a lot in sports and health projects, the name of the forest girl appears in the medical and pharmaceutical industries. As a relatively friendly high-ranking existence, she can provide the keeper with the starting points of 2 relatively gentle life paths, the gardener and the healer, and is quite popular on some levels. The ceremony of taking office at level 0 is not uniform, but there are traces to follow. It is often a place where he can easily make connections, the principle of connection, and do things that he likes to see or has done before, the principle of similarity. The prerequisite for becoming a gardener watched by a forest girl is to complete a specific ceremony in her holy land, planting trees. God's secret realm? It should be different from the wild secret realm. After having more contact with the keepers, Lu Ping'an naturally knew a sentence they often said. pollution will only be covered by higher level pollution. Or, it will be diluted by a larger amount of pollution. This seems to be the truth of this world. It tells a helpless reality that pollution will not disappear. It will only go from one place to another, from one individual to another. This is the core of his enjoyment of surveillance treatment. When Chris's secret realm and her body disappeared, even if there was no evidence, he, as the winner, became the focus of supervision. Since Chris was considered a ZZ, 9th level quasi-god, level pollution, he followed the rules and received the legendary Z, near god, to ZZZ, god, level pollution observation treatment. But this also led to another question. How are other pollution incidents above level 4, the kind that appear in secret realms, handled? Since secret realms are difficult or even impossible to eliminate, how are those secret realms that appear in urban areas finally handled? Considering that Xia Qin mentioned that they would encounter them every few months, it is likely that all human resources would not be able to plug the infinitely expanding hole. In fact, the handling method is the same as that of professionals, borrowing the power of the gods to transform the secret realm. Use magic to defeat magic, and use pollution to defeat pollution? Although it is a strange metaphor, it is almost the same. Use the rules of pollution to erode and transform another pollution, so that it can be transformed from chaos and disorder to order, stability and safety. Many secret realms, after the keepers have cleaned up those deep pollution, will invite the true god's worshippers to introduce the true god's power to transform the secret realm, making it less harmful or profitable. Some of those small worlds have become the property of a company or a church, while others have become places for secret keepers to train and the source of certain specific resources. Pollution will only accumulate but not decrease, and can only be diluted but not completely eliminated. In order to regularly clear/dilute the accumulated pollution, secret keepers often go to these secret realms regularly. It is said that some secret realms are relatively safe and controllable polluters were privately created by relevant departments in the early years. However, though artificial polluters born in this way are generally weak in the early stage due to the low pollution level of their innate abilities. But after becoming professionals in the later stage, as long as they grow up, it seems that this is not a big problem. Secret realms need to be handled regularly by secret keepers, and more secret keepers bring more pollution. Their behavior also accumulates more pollution, and naturally brings more secret realms. Using pollution to fight pollution is like using ink to clean a graffiti wall. Sooner or later, it will be black. Is the whole world drinking poison to quench thirst? It is no wonder that some people say that all secret keepers are chronic terminally ill patients and the whole world is sliding into the abyss. Chapter 31. Well, I've gone off topic. For Lu Ping'an now, he only needs to know that going to the secret realm is a must for him. But now he still lacks confidence in fighting, so he carries insurance. Mao Mao, let's go. He invited a veteran to brush the dungeon for him. The kind that the other party pays for. This time with your ability, I'm in such a good state, I will definitely make a fortune. In fact, even if you don't invite me, I'm going to go tomorrow. Mao Mao's bright smile made Lu Ping'an feel a little guilty for some reason, and then he put the sprayer deeper in his pocket. By the way, have you ever brushed the secret realm over there in the hospital? What are the rules? Gods have their own preferences, and the secret realms transformed according to their rules are varied. The rules themselves are orderly, and these secret realms are relatively safe. Chris, Quasi-God's secret realm is a one-on-one arena, the kind where the dead are hung on the wall and the living can go out. If you don't choose an opponent, she will also maliciously arrange for you to have the best and closest opponent with you. Some secret realms are a dream, some are a piece of history that has happened before, some are crazy running sports games, some are garden sanctuaries with infinite scenery, and some are simple and direct survival games. In Lu Ping'an's opinion, Lin's reputation is pretty good, and her secret realm should be relatively safe. Oh, a killing game, kill polluters, the more you kill, the more rewards you get. It's super direct, and it's also the most common type of secret realm. Lu Ping'an was stunned. Isn't this the god of the life system? You don't know? The life system is the cruelest, but Lin's daughter does have a good reputation. She hates death, so no one will die in her secret realm. The killed will be resurrected directly at the entrance of the secret realm, but they can't enter again in a short time. In his own world, even the boundaries between life and death can be reversed. Lu Ping'an experienced the absurdity of the so-called gods for the first time. At the same time, he also knew why Xia Qin said that he should be safer in it than at home. But from another perspective, doesn't that mean in there, you can kill people at will to practice? Yes, but everyone's trial times are precious resources. If you mess around like this, you will offend people and you will still have trouble after you get out. Most people are doing their own things in there, and the targets are mainly the polluted monsters produced by the secret realm itself. What are you laughing at? It's a bit creepy. No, I'm just very happy. Ha, let's go, let's go. Chapter 32. The ground was paved with neat marble tiles, and the headlights above were bright and beautiful. The street leading to the entrance was not long, but it was filled with markets on both sides. There were expensive-looking signboard shops, and there were also crowded retail merchants. The flow of people was not dense, but there were at least 100 people. Some people were shouting loudly, while others were quietly reading in front of their stalls, and only looked up when someone came. How much is this? Lu Ping'an pointed to the long sword on the stall. Men are always a little interested in these controlled knives. There was a faint blue light flowing on this long sword, which looked like a legendary magic weapon. If there weren't a dozen identical ones on the cabinet behind. 2,600 per sword. Although it is a standard one, the attached, piercing, effect is quite suitable for novices with insufficient attack ability. If you are not directly fighting, I also have weapons with bleeding attached, but the price the user bears is a little heavier. The shopkeeper glanced at Lu Ping'an and saw that his right wrist was empty, and he immediately became much more enthusiastic. I have some protective gear here, which is also a set for rookies. 2 pieces at a time only cost 4,000. Did he act like such a rookie? Lu Ping'an grumbled, said no, and put down his sword. He didn't know how to use a sword, and he didn't want to be a rookie who was sent to be slaughtered. Even if the other party had a conscience and gave a market price, there were too many things on the market that were not cost-effective. The limited startup capital must be used on the blade. Spend all the 3,000 I just got. Looking at the prosperous streets and hundreds of shops, Lu Ping'an was also a little surprised. He had imagined what the dangerous secret exit would be like. Is it heavily guarded, with barbed wire and men in black? Or is it a sentry every 10 steps, with automatic machine guns and surveillance cameras? I didn't expect it to be like a subway market. The entrance was a turn under the hospital subway. Looking at the exquisite goods in shops, it was not easy to make a decision. Hear me out. Fortunately, he did not come alone. Lei Shuiyun, who disappeared without a trace as soon as he came in, finally remembered her work as a guide. And the shop she was in, near the end of the road, was the reason for everything in front of him. Is the secret realm a treasure? Looking at the new red cross pattern everywhere in Lindsay Hospital, the familiar holy emblem of the praying lady in the forest appeared in this underground world, and Lu Ping'an felt a little bit of time and space reversal. 2 bracelets meow, 1 0 level and 1 1st level. Xiao Yun, you are at the 1st level? Congratulations, congratulations. Opposite the smug cat was a girl of 17 or 18 years old, with a slightly mature youthful makeup and a slender white robe, looking like a graduate student doing internship at a university. In fact, she is really a graduate student. Lu Ping'an, this is my senior sister Zhaoying, who is now a freshman at the University of Science and Technology. This is senior brother Lu and senior brother Li, who are both here for internships. Seeing the cats calling each other sisters enthusiastically, Lu Ping'an wanted to ask, how many senior brothers and sisters do you have? Why do you have good brothers and sisters everywhere? But judging from the closeness between the two sides and the fact that the kittens call everyone senior brothers and sisters, the answer is probably a lot. Could it be that the little one has made full use of his advantages and can also be a good social player? Lu Ping'an, who had a lot of inner drama, smiled and greeted his senior brothers and sisters. Guqing University of Science and Technology is also a local key university, but the school named after science and technology has a professional mysterious subject department, which always makes people feel inexplicably ironic. And what's more ironic is that only Lu Pinyin can notice this joke, and everyone else thinks it is a matter of course. Here, remember to stop when you are satisfied. It is difficult for many newcomers who have just made a breakthrough to grasp the degree. After receiving the bracelet, which also came with a booklet, Lu Pinyin also knew why the previous shop owner saw through that he was a pure newcomer at a glance. The warning bracelet, commonly known as the wristband, emitted a faint white light the moment it was put on Lu Pinyin's right wrist. Very good, you are in good condition. But for newcomers, you must be ready to come out when the yellow light comes on, and you must come out when the red light comes on. If it reaches the purple light or the black light, the color of the light indicates the degree of bearing original pollution. Talents and superpowers are the pollution you bring with you. If you leave it alone, it will grow naturally. The occupation system is the pollution from the outside world. It can only achieve a balanced state with you, the radiation source, so that you will not be alienated. But the occupation system also has its limits. When the original pollution exceeds the amount, the uncontrollable alienation will naturally increase significantly. Balance and stopping when you are satisfied are the most important principles for the keeper. Stepping on the accelerator may make you stronger, but it is more likely to turn you into a monster. Newcomers have weak resistance to pollution. If you don't want to have more tentacles and eyeballs for no reason, it's best to turn on the yellow light. Although the other party said so, Lu Pinyin noticed that the bracelets of several senior brothers and sisters were basically red lights, and Miss Zhao's was red and purple. We just finished the trial and are in the digestion stage. Zhaoing pointed to the table, where there was a pile of thick reference books and spread out reading notes. On the table behind, some people were flipping through books seriously, some were preparing medicine on the temporary test bench, and some were arguing about something. This is the name of Lin Ci Church. Chapter 33. The moment he entered the secret realm, Lu Pinyin was still a little confused. You don't know the reality of life at all, let alone what your ability means. The way you use your ability is stupid and inefficient. You are simply using the bright sun as a match. The most unbearable thing is that you don't even know what you have taken from me. How precious. The big cat's scolding was still in his ears. The relationship between the two sides was always quite delicate. There was still no answer after asking again. Only when you anger her can you get more useful information. And she, who had been fooled, became more and more difficult to anger. What exactly is my ability? Inexplicably, when he entered this secret realm, Lu Pinyin felt that the answer to this question was more and more important. At first, he thought that the so-called life points were just an ordinary system, a component of a traverser. But after really understanding this world, he became more and more certain that everything was real. The so-called system was just the arrogant subconscious creation of the traverser, and it was the embodiment of the rule ability. At the beginning, life points were physical potions. Next, it was refreshing medicine and status supplement. For me, it is a life-extending drug and a painkiller. Now, it can even increase the upper limit of pollution that a life can bear. No, these are all the same thing. They are all life itself. In her rage, Chris has actually told the truth. The power that Lu Pinyin has gained is actually her opposite. When she tried to upgrade her reason to the truth of the world and failed, the false proposition as a counterexample was naturally born. It's just that the writer of the report on that day was unable to see the whole truth. Life is selfish. In order to survive, you can abandon everything, including but not limited to morality, law, and family affection. This is Chris's public doctrine, her reason, but in the final analysis, it is just one sentence. The continuation of life is the only and fundamental pursuit of living things. Then, her opposite is not the nonsense that the reporter guessed. Life can sometimes be selfless and can be sacrificed for others, but a simpler one that is more in line with Lu Pinyin's subconscious concept. Life can be traded. When he subconsciously said this, the whole world was different. He vaguely felt that the secret realm was more closely connected to him, and the ancient garden ruins began to change silently. Life can be traded, stored, borrowed, invested, and paid in installments. It is neither special nor sacred, but just a relatively expensive special currency. This is Lu Ping'an's reason. So, it is a bank, not something else. The ancient temple began to be revitalized, and the ancient handwriting of Life Bank replaced the past Life Arena. Chris's reason left in the secret realm was completely replaced by the new owner, and the ground gradually began to be rewritten, and the world was covered with new makeup. What a blasphemy, how absurd! Madman, is life meaningless to you? No, it is very precious, and most people only have one, so we need to use it more efficiently. Asshole, pagan. Idiot, arrogant lunatic, omitted countless swear words. This is the root cause of Chris's rage, and the resentment in it is even far greater than the failure of ascending to the godhood. In her opinion, this is such an arrogant and cruel reason, which pulls life down from the sacred temple and turns the supreme pursuit of creatures into a dirty general equivalent. There is no doubt that this is the most serious blasphemy against the benevolent mother goddess. But she must admit that from the results, Lu Ping'an's reason is closer to the essence of life and makes the mother goddess more happy. So, all her anger and rebuke can be classified as the incompetent rage of a loser. Converting life into life points and using it more efficiently is the essence of my ability. At this moment, looking at the mountains and dense forests in the distance, Lu Ping'an smiled. He finally knew what he had, and what he had taken away from poor Chris. Copper and iron curse, silver law, golden rule, eternal reason. Ha, it's really a good starting point. Now, Lu Ping'an understood everything. In fact, the hint existed from the beginning. Received the law level, quasi-god level, ability the gift and return of life. It has been detected that the winner of the festival, Lu Ping'an, has lost his life. How can the winner of the festival of the Mother of Life lose his life? The gift of the Mother Goddess, Life Gift, is readjusted and upgraded. Burn the spirit of the loser Keldales to make up the difference. The difference has been made up, and the decree ability has been upgraded to a rule level ability. Congratulations to the host Lu Ping'an for awakening the rule level, god level, ability, Life Bank. Opening the system's prompt panel, the first column has already written the prompt and answer. If it weren't for Chris's sacrifice, my ability would also be the use of the source of life force, but it would be limited to gift and feedback. The upgraded version now is closer to the essence, and its functions are becoming more and more powerful. But it has not changed the reason contained in it, and it is still a life. Chapter 34. Effective use of life. At this moment, Lu Ping'an also understood why Chris, despite being extremely reluctant, had to admit that being a gardener was the most suitable path for her. Because, the seemingly harmless gardeners are the ones who are best at playing with the sequence of life. It is never difficult to find a job as a gardener. You just need to plant a seed of a magic plant in the sacred place of the forest girl, and then wait for it to grow more than 3 meters. Pick some that grow fast. If it grows fast, it will only take half a year. But it takes a lot of time, too much time. Lei Shuiyan's nagging was still in his ears, but Lu Ping'an smiled. He took out a demonized ancient pine seed from his pocket, threw it on the ground, and continued to move forward without looking back. The next moment, in the traces they had walked, the ancient tree rose from the ground. While the cat was still chattering, the ancient tree had become a member of the forest and began to plunder the living space around it. The journey of the two had just begun, and only the reminder sound in his mind told Lu Ping'an that everything was over. Beep, congratulations to the host, the inauguration ceremony is completed, and the rank of gardener is obtained. Chapter 35. I'm already 107 years old, alas, I don't have any old friends anymore. The wealthy and lucky tycoon, in his 20th year of cancer, was served by a professional team and lamented the impermanence of life in the VIP ward. Don't treat me, I'm hopeless, save some money for Zaya Tunton to study and get married. The old woman, who was less than 55 years old, took the opportunity to pull out the oxygen tube when the nurse was not paying attention. Why me? I obviously haven't done anything bad, I still have so many things to do, my career has just begun. The cries of the young desperate echoed in the corridor. Why is it him and not you? You girl, it's not enough to kill your brother. Too much bitterness, too much sweetness, too much saltiness, made Lu Pingan, who was lying on the cancer bed, unable to sleep on Christmas Eve. Life is sacred? Ha ha. The process of life has nothing to do with external things? Ha ha. Sweet, salty, bitter, painful, or life has feelings and flavors, but life itself does not. It is just the starting point that everyone has had, and the countdown to the end that everyone will eventually face. By the way, big cat, lovely Chris? Are you there? Lu Pingan, who woke up from his memories, suddenly remembered something interesting. What's the matter? I believe you are not human. Lu Pingan was silent for a while before continuing. Humans can't come up with such naive logic, and they hypnotize themselves to become quasi-gods. Your original world must be quite easy. How dare you laugh at me? You small and ignorant mortal. Immediately, the big cat was furious. But Lu Pingan sighed helplessly and said something true. No, I envy you and your world. After chatting with the big cat, he ignored the inevitable angry noise and turned off the communication directly. Next, Lu Pingan turned his attention to the panel that had just completed the qualitative change. Beep, congratulations to the host, the inauguration ceremony is completed, and the class gardener is obtained. Gardener occupational modification, level 0 minor improvement in spirit. No plant cultivation related skills detected, occupational skill planting, taboo, obtained, current LV 0/100. No plant transformation related knowledge detected, occupational skill grafting, pollution, current LV 0/100 obtained. Is this possible? Isn't it at least LV 1? Looking at these two LV0s, Lu Pingan was a little confused, but fortunately he was still able to open the subdirectory. Planting, taboo, LV 0/100, knowledge and related skills for planting polluted plants. Grafting, pollution, LV 0/100, related techniques and knowledge for linking to polluted plants. Girl in the forest, don't make weird things anymore. Especially don't add new vine monsters to my illustrations. The less content, the bigger the problem. Compared with other occupational skill descriptions, the two core skills of the gardener are too simple. But after thinking about the usage of professional skills and recalling relevant information, Lu Pingan felt that gardener was much more dangerous than runner. The cultivation and transformation of magic plants? Both directions have great potential and are very subtle. This is a peculiar profession whose combat power can be ignored and whose professional correction is so low that it can be ignored. What really works is actually the magic plants themselves. Logistics medicines are born from magic plants, and combat relies on combat-oriented magic plants. The gardener's weakness is a burden and can even leave the battlefield. How strong you are actually depends on how many magic plants you have. If there is no suitable type, you can even take the initiative to transform and cultivate. This is obviously a career system that requires time to accumulate. Under normal circumstances, it takes half a year to accumulate to set the track and take office. The 3-meter-high zero-level magic plant itself is a limitation. In the process of cultivating the first magic plant, you can inevitably accumulate corresponding cultivation knowledge. After a normal gardener successfully takes office, it should not be level 0. After thinking about it, Lu Pingan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this profession. Big cat, how do you know I can skip the process and make the demonized plants mature directly? Lu Pingan, I %** and %. As expected, the communication that was just opened still had a lot of blocked words, but Lu Pingan had a way to get the answer he wanted. Is it a high-level gardener who has the ability to ripen plants directly? The scolding paused, and Lu Pingan nodded, thanking the honest man on the other side for the answer. How many levels are there? Level 5? Level 6? Level 7? When it came to level 7, the other side started to spray again. Lu Pingan. Are you kidding me? I #@##. Oh my god, it's a bit high. Chris, lady, miss. It seems that most of them are very high level, and they left a deep impression on Chris. Don't look at the professional information of level 0 and level 1 being printed into textbooks. The information of level 2 and above is strictly confidential polluted knowledge. Chapter 36. The profession of gardener is no longer dependent on magic plants. It is the kind that cannot be played without magic plants. If a low-level gardener wants to fight, he may have to carry a large flower pot with him. Considering that the actual combat situation is too complicated, it is better to bring a small garden. Ha! I think I can do it now. Ahem, ordinary low-level gardeners really have no combat power. If high-level gardeners can easily catalyze the adult of magic plants, that's another matter. Now, Lu Pingyan also knows why Chris said before that combat ability can be supplemented by the gardener profession. Then, take the opportunity to collect more seeds of magic plants. The store goods I have are a bit insufficient. Walking in the forest, Lu Pingyan looked at the mountains in the distance. Unlike Chris's Colosseum-style secret realm, Lu Pingyan was shocked by the vast scenery here as soon as he entered this secret realm. Grassland, forest, mountains, this is a seemingly complete small world, especially there is a relatively safe main road that stretches all the way to the deepest mountains. In fact, this also explains the 3 levels of difficulty of this secret realm. The lowest difficulty is the grass at the entrance, where many newcomers form teams and conduct research, and basically no strange monsters or monsters can be seen. Lu Pingyan saw a bunch of gardeners of level 0, level 1, and even level 2, standing on the roadside holding signs asking for a team or even hiring thugs. It seems that the profession of gardener is really not good. There are no medium or large-sized demonized plants in the grass, except for a circle of super-large buildings surrounded by fences. If I guessed correctly, it was the company forest that Zhaoying mentioned before, which was full of magic pines who paid for the employment package. The forest is full of ancient trees and shrubs. If you leave the main road a little, you can't see your companions not far away. But since this secret realm recommends level 0 and level 1 professionals, with Lei Shuiyun, a leader in the first level, following. As long as we don't leave the main road too far, we are very safe, meow. Well, the premise is that we don't encounter robbers. Hearing this, looking at Lu Pingyan not far away, he smiled immediately. Are you interested in working for Crow's Mouth? I think you are very talented. Chapter 37. When was he targeted? Was it when he bought the plant atlas at the door and received the bracelet for the novice benefits? Was it when he walked straight through the grass in the safe zone and entered the dense forest with poor visibility and sparse population? Was it because he focused on the joy of successful employment and ignored the shadow followers behind him? I was careless, I need to reflect on myself. Lu Pingyan calmly opened the plant atlas and checked the plants on the side of the road. The opponent's tracking skills are not outstanding, even a little amateurish, and occasionally you can see the corners of the black cloak from the corner of your eyes. But at this time, anxiety and uneasiness will only make the evil wolf start in advance, so think about how to deal with it first. Lu Pingyan's acting skills are qualified, and Lei Shuiyun, who has been saying leave it to me, has a little trembling in his arms. Didn't you say that it's relatively safe inside? We haven't walked far. My brother and I came here twice, and it was very safe. Brother Lei Huaren? Wearing the uniform of the secret keeper of the Alien Management Bureau? That would be a hell of a crime if it wasn't safe. Lu Pingyan sighed helplessly. It was his own fault to expect the novice to be reliable. But the kitten's ears and tail stood up, and it looked like it was about to be exposed and needed to be comforted. There is good news and bad news, Shuiyun. Which one do you want to hear first? Bad news. Lu Pingyan smiled and said casually. There are more than 2 of them, at least 3. Good news? There are at least 3 of them. Lei Shuiyun is not stupid. She was stunned at first, but understood the next moment. There are so many people, but they only dare to follow the novice, and they dare not take action now, which means that their strength must not be strong, and they can only win by numbers. Meow, is it a novice-hunter combination? Why is he so sure? The plant illustration in Lu Pingyan's hand clearly shows that a novice gardener with a low-level bodyguard is probably the weakest combination in the entire secret realm. If everyone is a 0th or first-level rookie, with the advantage of the cat's beast system. Meow, leave it to me. In an instant, the confident cat head succeeded in boosting morale. But leave it to her? Lu Ping'an is not that stupid. New recruits, especially those who have never seen blood, are not worth looking forward to at all, even if she can kill him in one encounter. Next, listen to me. We will separate now. You pretend to go back and I will go deep into the woods. They will definitely chase me. Then it will be your turn to hunt them. Trees and dense forests are your home ground. Lu Ping'an smiled and touched the cat's head, which suddenly became furry due to the exposure of the news. The touch was really good. The cat felt a little guilty. Although Cat plus Spider gave her the potential to be the king of the jungle, she really didn't have that confidence. Snap. Meow. Reaching out and twisting, Lu Ping'an suddenly pulled the cat's tail. Without waiting for the cat to react, he jumped away carelessly and cursed loudly. Little girl, with your level, who can really expect you to be a bodyguard? Didn't I hire you just for that? And you're pretending to be noble? Don't let me touch you? Okay, get out of here. I can handle the rest of the way by myself, and don't even think about the balance. After cursing loudly, Lu Ping'an turned around and walked into the forest, leaving the cat's head with a confused face. Don't mention it, Lu Ping'an ran really fast, and soon he would disappear in the forest. Let's go, keep up with that fat sheep. In the shadows, four cloaked men quickly followed. On one side was an obviously beastly bodyguard, and on the other side was the new gardener boss. It was needless to say who to deal with first. And Lu Ping'an, who had entered the forest, smiled happily when he heard the hurried footsteps behind him more than 10 minutes later. Sometimes, the identities of hunters and prey can be switched at any time. This is the safest secret place because there is no death. This is also the most dangerous secret place because there is no death. So cowards and wild dogs dare to try to take other people's lives. And when wild dogs tasted blood and turned into evil wolves, did they get used to eating vegetarian food outside? The daughter of the forest is very kind? Lu Ping'an just wanted to say haha. He leaned against the big tree calmly, flipping through the book while waiting. People? Four black cloaks walked past him, but ignored himself wrapped in bushes and bark. Lu Ping'an yawned, tears were about to come out, he was a little tired today, he should go back to bed early. Hey, hello. Lu Ping'an suddenly appeared among the four people and took the initiative to say hello. He put one hand around the neck of an unlucky guy, waved to the others with a smile, and held a book in his hand. You. At this moment, the new killer group was scared. The others pointed at Lu Ping'an, but they were the first to discover the miserable state of their companions. Around the neck of the cloaked man hugged by Lu Ping'an, the purple-red magic vine was spreading rapidly, and it was visible on his head, chest, and arms. Chapter 38. This? I wonder if you have heard of the Bacteria blood-sucking vine? It lives in wounds, sprouts in blood vessels, and quickly parasitizes the whole body, draining blood and turning into a mummy. In an instant, the face under the cloak turned pale. I have something to ask you, so don't move. This kind of thing that sounds crazy and perverted, is it something a novice can touch? Did he hit a wall this time? Stop. Stop now. Don't do this, brother. Don't move. Seeing the purple vine spreading wildly, the unlucky guy was so scared that he dared not breathe and almost collapsed on the spot. Seeing the miserable state of his brother, the others became anxious. It would be better to die in this situation. No one could bear the feeling of being drained of blood and becoming a mummy. The panic of the rookie killers made Lu Ping'an almost laugh out loud. He shook his head and flipped through the illustrated book. He remembered the demonic plants on this page and bought some for backup. This is it, the green seed with a ring. Take it. He threw a seed to the nearest cloaked man. This is... The cloaked man subconsciously went to catch it. Boom! The sudden explosion blew off the head and upper body of the second cloaked man. The violent blast was only in front of him, and a companion died. His body fell, and then his flesh and blood melted on the spot and became part of the secret realm, leaving only his clothes. Demonized Phoenix Thunder. It's a plant mine. This one was not a rare plant, and was instantly recognized by the unlucky people. Crazy, using this so close. The survivors saw the smiling man, his head was already covered in blood. Ha! It seemed to be his blood? Was he injured too? Was he not as strong as he showed? The remaining 2 black cloaks were ready to move, but they saw an even more bizarre scene. In just a moment, the wound on the man's face healed by half. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth in a perverted way, and looked at the 2 people with a smile and expectation in his eyes. He did it on purpose? This madman hurt himself on purpose. He wanted to see us struggle and resist. The 2 people dared not move. This time, the rabbit hunter encountered a Superman-eating shark, and they no longer expected to survive, just hoping not to leave a psychological shadow. On the other side, Lu Pingyan took a breath of cold air in pain. Damn, it's so powerful, I almost got out of it. But at this moment, he was still smiling, flipping through the illustrations above, as if looking for something. Finally, he found it and pointed to one of the pages and asked. I'm looking for purple half-dragon grass, characterized by purple leaves and dragon calls in the middle of the night. Have you seen it? Another name that they had never heard of, it sounded very high level. The 2 shook their heads frantically, hoping that this big guy pretending to be a newcomer would pass by and leave quickly. Hey, you guys are making it difficult for me. Inexplicably, Lu Pingyan heard the sound of water dripping. Looking down, he saw someone with purple vines all over his face, who had collapsed to the ground in despair, with a puddle of water on the ground. Forget it, I have no grudges against you. I'm in a good mood today, so let's be a good person. As he said that, he put a seed of Phoenix Thunder into the mouth of the unlucky guy, patted his face, and then walked towards the other 2 people. The blood vine has reached this point and there is no hope for it. You won't care if I give it to him. Boom! The background of the laughing man was a violent explosion and bloodlight rising into the sky. The 2 unlucky survivors dared not object, and hurriedly shook their heads and smiled. You are so kind, I thank you for my brothers. Brother, you are so kind. It is our luck to meet you, the 4 wolves of the wilderness. The last 2 of the notorious novice killer group, the 4 wolves of the wilderness, were just about to wag their tails at Lu Pingyan. Lu Pingyan was not in a hurry, he just yawned and opened the illustration book again to check. The 2 people opposite him didn't dare to breathe, waiting for the arrangements of the boss. They looked at the headless bodies of their 2 brothers and the wisteria that was gradually withering on the ground. Perhaps thinking of their future fate, their faces became more and more ugly. Suddenly, the big brother closed the book. It's coming. What's coming? The 3rd wolf just asked, and a black shadow suddenly fell. Boom! This time, it was the sound of a human head being stepped into the ground and directly turned into pieces. The cat is coming. The wolf boss hadn't reacted yet, but found that the big brother had touched him. And the deadly blood vine had spread from the arm that had touched it at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was no hope for him either. I have something to ask you. You have a lot of brothers. I don't want too many people to know, so I asked them to leave first. You don't have any objections, do you? No objection, no objection. The big wolf, with tears on his face, looked at the blood vine that had covered half of his body and was about to urinate. How could he have any objections? He told everything he knew and almost poured out all the treasure locations of his family, but still. Chapter 39. He failed to provide any clues about the damn purple half-dragon grass. He felt cold all over and his body was completely numb. It seemed that the Bacteria blood-sucking vine had sucked too much blood. Finally, after telling all the precious information about the magic plant, the big wolf looked at the big boss pitifully, just asking for a quick death. Lu Pingyan smiled, he smiled at the confused cat, then took out a seed and stuffed it into the big wolf's mouth and the grateful eyes of the victim. Big Wolf was waiting expectantly for the landmine in his mouth to explode, but at the last moment, he seemed to have heard something wrong. How could the big guy say such a thing? Oh, I almost forgot to say, this is just an ordinary morning glory vine, a blood-sucking vine or something? Hee hee, how could it exist? You are kidding us. Boom! The explosion of flesh and blood stuffed the rest of Big Wolf's words back into his mouth. Only Lei Shuiyun, with an incredulous look on her face, witnessed this incredible quad kill. Let's go, I'm tired, let's finish the work quickly and go home to sleep. In the eyes of Lu Ping'an, who looked bored, ability is important but never the key. It's the people who use the ability. Cat, you are useless, I'll deduct your money. You didn't get paid this time? Then I'll deduct your salary for next time. At the entrance of the secret realm, 3 wolves were looking at the resurrection point with anxious faces. When their boss finally appeared there, the 3 wolves breathed a sigh of relief. In this secret realm, death is not terrible. What is terrible is the desperate situation where it is difficult to die. And that fatal blood vine is this most terrible fate. The 3 brothers have been worried that the boss would be drained of blood and fall into the dense forest, waiting for the fate of death. Boss, that's great, that's great. He didn't torture you. What did you say, third brother? Do you look down on the boss? The boss has been holding on for so long, obviously keeping all the secrets, and in the end he bled to death. Boss, you are our boss forever. Looking at the respectful eyes of his brothers, the big wolf was silent for a moment, then looked into the distance. Although it is uncomfortable to be sucked blood by the Bacteria blood-sucking vine, I persisted to the end. He got nothing. Boss. From then on, there was a legend in the martial arts world, a wolf king, and a ferocious and unseen Bacteria blood-sucking vine. Chapter 40. Ding ding ding. The host successfully killed 4 professionals and gained 4 life points. Looking at the 4 piles of clothes on the ground, Lu Ping'an dubbed the system by himself. Damn, why didn't you agree with life is to devour evolution? That would be so simple, just kill people, but now it's obviously much more troublesome. Looking at the life points that were reduced again on the system, Lu Ping'an sighed, lamenting that life was difficult and making money was difficult. It was expected that there would be no points for killing people. My reason is that life is a tradable currency. Then, the channel for obtaining life points should also be trading and value added, not killing. At least, it's much better than the previous cluelessness. Why are you looking at me in surprise? I found that my buff can be used for plants to accelerate their growth, so I just entered and successfully entered the gardener. Facing the still silly cat, Lu Ping'an smiled and explained a few words. Some things cannot be concealed, and I will definitely use the ripening ability a lot in the future. The cat head nodded silently, glanced at the corpses around him, and was somewhat silent and autistic. He even wanted to squat on the ground and draw circles. These are all newcomers. I heard that you were an ordinary person a month ago. How come there is such a big gap? You have been working for a year and a half. What level are they? What path? Very strong? But she couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I didn't see them make a move. It should be said that he didn't give the other party a chance to make a move. If he fought head-on, 10 Lu Ping'an would be a waste. Yawning, Lu Ping'an turned his attention to the system panel where he was deducting money again. He didn't lie. The ability to make plants mature is indeed his investment. Use life investment on the demonized Phoenix Thunderseed, life points -1, the credit target does not have high wisdom, investment failed. Life points cannot be recovered and automatically degraded into life source power. The life source power target cannot absorb it and degrades into life spell power again. The target is affected by the life spell and begins to change. Very straightforward. After 2 downgrades, Lu Ping'an's life points turned into a large amount of spell power, forcing the magic plants to become mature at once. Plants are very simple, survival is their instinct, and all the spell power is used for their own growth. The path of gardener is indeed very suitable for me. The murderer and arsonist gold belt, just a little clearing of the relics of the 4 wolves, Lu Ping'an has the urge to start a business with them. For enchanted weapons, plus simple protective gear, the market value is at least 8,000. For plant illustrations, and one can't be used, soaked in blood. Several potions, a lot of props. Lu Ping'an doesn't know much about the market price, but after a little estimation, this wave will definitely exceed 10,000, which is a wave of profit. This is the result of these novice hunters leaving most of their property outside and only taking personal tools and trophies. And the cost paid by Lu Ping'an is probably only less than 40 yuan, a big profit. Baccaria blood-sucking vine? It was just a morning glory vine that I picked up casually, for free. The first level demonized plant Impatience Thunder is quite valuable, but Lu Ping'an used seeds, a set of 100 pieces for 100 yuan, which was a gift he just got at the door. Common demonized plants are divided into two categories: the demonized transformation of local plants on Earth, and the exotic species including large secret realms. The demonized Impatience Thunder is obviously the former. The prototype of the demonized Impatience Thunder is Impatiens, a common annual herbaceous flower. After its fruit is formed, it will automatically burst and shoot out the seeds. A big boss in the Gardener channel intercepted this part of the gene module and created a very popular low-level combat demon plant Impatience Thunder. In order to be more practical, it discarded useless components such as leaves and stems, and only retained the minimum self-circulation system and the flower buds for cultivating fruits. And in several improvements, it focused on increasing the power and range of the explosion. It is now probably version 5.0. Once mature, it will explode directly with a slight touch, and has extremely considerable destructive power among low-level demon plants. But the disadvantage is that since only the explosive components are left on the whole body, it is very unstable and is used as a mine in most cases. Wherever it is needed, bury the seeds and wait for a quarter, and the minefield will be ready. Most of the seeds of demonized plants are not worth much, which is a benefit for me. The seeds are of course not valuable. After a demonized Fengxian Thunder explodes, at least dozens of seeds will be produced. What is valuable is the time cost of cultivating it for a quarter, and the resources consumed with it. In addition, it is too easy to explode and difficult to be migrated. There are basically only seeds that are not worth much on the market, and it is not easy to sell. What do you want to do by burying mines in a modern city? Lu Ping'an still has 3 small bags of more than 20 in his pocket, all of which are gifts he picked up when buying plant illustrations. Let's go back. After being tossed like this, Lu Ping'an didn't want to go on. Even if he wanted to go deeper, he would save his harvest first. I don't have the basic knowledge of demon plants. It's too tiring to compare the illustrations with the real objects, and it's easy to miss good things. Wait for that. Chapter 41. Let's give it to the female gardener. Let's raise it for a few days and see. Lu Ping'an has looked at the system panel. His professional skills are still LV0/100. Obviously, this planting method is not recognized by the system, and he can't get normal planting experience. But he wanted to go back easily, but someone was not happy. Near the exit of the forest, the temporary group was stopped. A group of people suddenly came out and blocked the way out. From the Dragon Snake Group, this is our territory. According to the rules, we will collect a toll. Don't you mind? The one who came to say hello was a white and fat young man, and behind him, someone was charging the travelers in front. Lu Ping'an was a little surprised. Is this the famous safe secret forest? What made Lu Ping'an even more speechless was that the cat had a calm face, and the traveler in front also honestly took out the bag, picked out some things and handed them over. According to the rules, about 10% of the harvest will be enough, as long as the magic plants and related things harvested here. Well, I met someone in the same field who also understands sustainable development. The young man from the Dragon Snake Group smiled kindly and had good affinity, otherwise he would not have been chosen to perform this job that is easy to offend people. At this time, another group of people came back. They walked straight over, and the people from the Dragon Snake Group made way. Oh, they are level 2. The fat young man smiled, and then glanced at Lu Ping'an's bracelet. The meaning was very clear. If you are a strong man above level 2, just go directly over. If you are level 0 or level 1, please pay the money honestly. Lu Ping'an smiled. This really taught him a lesson. After leaving the social order of the rule of law, is this the rule of survival in the other world under the shadow? This is just a small and medium-sized secret realm next to the city. Well, you should have seen it too. I went back not long after I came in, and I didn't harvest much. Are these seeds enough? The fat young man glanced, then turned back and said a few words, confirming that Lu Ping'an had indeed just gone in not long ago. He took the seeds, put them in a sack, and walked back carelessly. Go over, remember to get more next time. TSK, poor bastard. Mao Mao was a little annoyed, but Lu Ping'an smiled and held her back. Next time, definitely next time. Lu Ping'an left calmly, as if he had accepted it all, and accepted the unspoken rule of the jungle in this world. Years of social polishing have taught him that when you are under someone's roof, you sometimes have to bow your head. And when the two bypassed this level and just walked out of the forest. Boom! Boom! The violent explosion made the earth tremble. The screams of crying for parents made Lu Ping'an frown. He could still scream, the power seemed a little insufficient. Next time, definitely, if there is one time, hee. Unspoken rules? Rules? Does it have anything to do with me? I had nothing before, so I had to bow my head, otherwise it would be a waste to be killed by others. I still have half a year to live, but now. Just be happy, just be happy. So, accompanied by a series of explosions and screams, Lu Ping'an laughed even happier. Chapter 42. Remaining survival time, 164 days and 6 hours, life points, 4931, minus 6,000. There are 44 days left until the end of the month, and the expected repayment for the current period is 1,000 points. The account balance must be kept positive. Only 3 days have passed, but Lu Ping'an feels that a lot has changed. When he left the forest and walked onto the crowded grassland road, there were more people coming and going, and the distance between each other was naturally closer. Now that he was safe, he also had time to sort out his income and expenditure balance. You're using life points a bit hard. Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't exceed 1,000 points, it won't affect my lifespan. Lu Ping'an currently has nearly 5,000 points, which is enough for him to live for 20 years. The real life-threatening thing is actually the debt repayment day once a month. 1,000 a month, and he's done for after the deduction, simple and direct. That means that as long as Lu Ping'an doesn't use more than 1,000 points, it doesn't actually affect the time of his death. On the contrary, he has to spend money to improve his abilities. The reason why the next refund date is 44 days instead of 14 days is because Lu Ping'an's installment payment ability actually has a hidden weakness. I only have 5,000 life points left after receiving 6,000 life points. All installments will be reduced by 1/3 or 1/6 as soon as they are received. Even loan sharks are not so excessive. But after the initial annoyance, Lu Ping'an was able to understand this weakness, and even felt a little fortunate. In fact, this mechanism is a protection for Lu Ping'an. Otherwise, Lu Ping'an can postpone his own injuries and pain indefinitely, and become an undead berserker with no injuries, no pain, and unlimited physical strength. It sounds really strong, but once you encounter a strong enemy, if you accidentally exceed the amount, it will become a stable suicide skill. You can't be killed on the spot, and when you pay the first installment, you will definitely be seriously injured and die. But now, as long as you don't die on the spot after the extension, it means that you can afford the cost of the subsequent installment payments. Tomorrow at 10:20, my physical strength will be deducted, and at 12:30, my life will be deducted. My injury is a bit serious, so I need to prepare bandages and medicine. Also, I can't get injured around 12 o'clock recently. Lu Ping'an took out his notebook and wrote down these time points. If he doesn't prepare in advance, it will still be fatal. This is also the reason why he doesn't need to use installment payment. Borrowing and spending casually will be fatal. This is the limitation of his ability, and it must be hidden. Information about weaknesses. Even if he has to use his ability, he uses the minimum of 3 days, rather than a long extension of the effect. Because the time is close, it is convenient for him to calculate and control. He doesn't want to be killed by a sudden physical exhaustion that he owed last month during a battle. Thinking about tomorrow's plan, Lu Pingan and Lei Shuiyun are also approaching the end of this journey, the gate to the outside world. After leaving the secret realm, there will often be more pollution, so generally you have to be prepared and check the status of your bracelet in advance to avoid overloading. A little overloading is no problem, and a red light is also okay. The design was thought of to this extent at the beginning, and there are emergency specialists outside. But if it is a black light, it is best to digest the excess pollution here. Lu Pingan, the newcomer, still listened to Lei Shuiyun's explanation. He glanced at the bracelet and his expression became a little subtle. Obviously, he didn't encounter any monsters and didn't do anything in the novice mission. Why did the light turn yellow? Isn't it said that even a yellow light at level 0 will take 2 or 3 days? Oh, I killed a dozen professionals, so it's okay. If you are lucky, sometimes you can get some inexplicable gains. It is said that these things are the feedback from the secret realm owner to thank the professionals for helping to clean up the pollution. But this thing can't be forced. There is a rumor that as long as you keep reciting the gains you desire when you go out, there is a certain chance that your wish will come true. Lu Pingan was a little confused. Why did this sound familiar? He turned the system log to the highest point and saw what he remembered. As the price of completing the secret realm for the first time and accepting the test, Lu Pingan's overall evaluation is SS. According to his wish of living happily, he received the gift of the Mother Goddess and was given the law level, quasi-god level, superpower, the gift and feedback of life. So, my superpower, no, all the superpowers of the polluters are gifts from the secret realm? Or is it just the special superpowers of the rule system? At this time, he was originally in a calm mood and was about to go home to sleep, but he had some expectations for the pale yellow space door in front of him. Since the superpowers of the rule system are the analysis of the world, then can you give me some surprises in terms of getting feedback from the world? The cat whispered, "Get rich, get rich. Give me money," while quickly jumping into the door. It was Lu Pingan's turn. He was too lazy to say anything and stepped directly. Sure enough, there is no. But before he could be disappointed, the system's prompt sound came late. Currently connecting with the secret realm, the rules of the secret realm feedback will be analyzed. The host can wait patiently, or directly cross the portal to get random feedback. Lu Pingan took back his half-stretched foot and waited patiently. He didn't have to wait long. After more than 10 seconds, the system that had completed the analysis gave him the choice. The first level Secret Realm 3 Rings Forest has been completed, and Lu Pingan's overall evaluation is B. Chapter 43. This evaluation is a bit high. Didn't I do nothing? Didn't I kill a single monster or pick a single blade of grass? Did I help the Secret Realm Master clean up the pollution? Message from the Secret Realm Master, virtual personality of the lady in the forest. Beautiful kill. Kill more next time. Okay, as expected, the evaluation outside can't be trusted. Who said that the lady in the forest hates death and is a kind god? She hates that people can only die once. Lu Pingan shook his head and no longer believed in the so-called common sense outside. He cast his eyes on the following content. That was his gain. The system uncle could actually help him bargain with the secret realm. Based on the comprehensive evaluation and the attitude of the Secret Realm Master, your Secret Realm feedback is as follows. Please make a choice within 1 minute, otherwise it will be forced to be random by the Secret Realm Master. I give you additional pollution to your body, after purification by the Lady in the Spirit, that be a random blessing of the Lady in the Forest, below level 1, that C. I give you additional pollution to a certain item. D. Open the secret store and purchase a specific target, comprehensive evaluation / insufficient authority, unable to select. What should I choose? Lu Pingan hesitated. In fact, he has always had difficulty making choices. Chapter 44. Based on the comprehensive evaluation and the attitude of the Secret Realm Master, your Secret Realm feedback is as follows. Please make a choice within 1 minute, otherwise the Secret Realm Master will force you to choose a random one. I give you additional pollution to your body, after purification by the daughter of the spirit. B. A random blessing of the daughter of the forest, below the first level. C. A give you additional pollution to a certain item. D. Open the secret realm store and buy a specific target, comprehensive evaluation / insufficient authority, unable to choose. What should I choose? I know how to answer this question. At this time, I have to choose the one with the most bullet comments. Ahem, standard response, I don't know what to choose from the 4 options, so I'll choose C. However, Lu Pingyan chose the feedback from a low-level secret realm casually. I heard that enchanted items are quite valuable. Don't miss it if you have a chance. When the choice was made, Lu Pingyan was kicked out of the secret realm directly. The pale yellow light flashed through the bag, and finally fell on the gardener's shovel of the gardener's 3-piece set. The light faded, and it was still an ordinary black gardener's shovel. Since there was no chance to use it, the 12.9 yuan label was not removed. But Lu Pingyan noticed that when the light moved in the package, the eyes of the people around him all looked over. Most of them were envious, and it was hard to say for a few. He was silent for a while, and it seemed that he had made a profit. Make way. There was a lot of traffic at the entrance and exit, so he quickly disappeared in the crowd and successfully found Lei Shuiyun in front of Zhao Ying's shop. Why are you famous? The first sentence of the other party when they met made Lu Pingyan stunned. He looked down at his wrist, and the purple warning light on it showed that this reward was too heavy for a 0-level newcomer. Lu Pingyan calmly took off the bracelet, threw it into his backpack, and then took out the gardener's shovel he had just received. Do you want it? I just got it. Yes, Lu Pingyan planned to sell it. Even if a normal professional obtains a contaminated item, he often needs to find a rule-based ability user to identify it, which takes a certain amount of time and money. But Lu Pingyan just took a glance and planned to give it up. Newborn gardener's shovel, black iron lower level cursed item. Function, newborn, black iron lower level, slightly increases the survival rate of planted objects. Curse, killing, black iron lower level, you must use it to kill a weak life, above insects, every day, otherwise the newborn cannot be activated. To be honest, killing a life every day is nothing, it should be fine to kill more small animals. But considering his own ability, Lu Pingyan thinks that this newborn may be more useful to other gardeners. Lu Pingyan explained the general function of this shovel in 2 or 3 sentences, and instantly attracted a bunch of senior brothers and sisters from the gardener department. He was too lazy to look for demanders elsewhere. 500. 550. I've worked for nothing this year. 700, don't compete with me. I have to hand in my graduation thesis next month. And their bids were unexpectedly conservative, making Lu Pingyan hesitate whether to sell it. We are not paying money, but forest coins, which are the credit coins used by the forces under the forest girl. If converted into money, adding 2 zeros is conservative. Oh. My God, this garbage shovel can be sold for 70,000? At this time, Lu Pingyan finally understood why it is said that cursed items are quite valuable. Human individuals have a limit to pollution. If you want to improve yourself, you can only pursue external objects that pollute. Brother Lu, you are so lucky. The probability of a cursed item appearing, or a life-related one, is definitely no more than 1 in 1,000. You have to give me a share of it, meow. Mao Mao looked envious, and his eyes probably looked like gold coins. Okay, wait until I change the money, why do you look so strange? Mao Mao lowered his head, not wanting to talk, feeling a little tired and wanting to cry. Why is it that such a newcomer who doesn't know common sense looks so strong and earns so much more than me? Obviously, everyone came in together, and I clearly said that I would protect him before entering, but my bracelet didn't change color. When I came out, I prayed, but nothing happened. No one goes back to exchange the god coins for money. For professionals, it is much more useful than money. For example, once your high-quality new shovel falls into the hands of a gardener, I am afraid that it will only be traded with forest coins in the future. Lu Pingyan was silent. He was not surprised by the value of the credit coins under the Church of the Gods. If professionals only use it to trade high-end goods, it is of course hard currency, but Doesn't this mean that these churches of the gods have the right to mint their own coins in a sense? What about the financial sovereignty of the country? This kind of big topic is obviously not the time to study it now. Lu Ping'an thought about it and made a decision. 700 credit coins? I can accept it, but change 200 into money. Can you give me a purchase list of credit coins? I need to think about it before deciding what to buy. Can I contact you later? After getting a positive answer, the transaction was completed quickly. The senior brother was quite honest and took out his bank card directly. Chapter 45. Transfer, hoping that his graduation thesis will be passed smoothly. And he said clearly that he got a little bargain this time, and when the trade fair comes, he may sell it for more than 1,000 credit coins. Is it so valuable? Isn't it just a black iron lower level curse? It seems to be the lowest level, right? Cursed items are not simply based on the level, the function is the first point, and the attached cost is the second. I asked a classmate from the rules department to check the goods. The senior brother was very happy and talked a little more. It turned out that this black iron curse was so valuable, mainly because it was a low-level curse like rebirth, which was quite useful, but the cost was quite low. In fact, it is mainly because the possibility of obtaining a curse is quite low, and the curse must be attached to the gardener's tools, and it must correspond to a useful curse like rebirth, and the negative cost is not high. The cost of killing once a day is not high? Lu Ping'an was a little curious about the cost of other curses. But he also knew that not asking questions or inquiring about other people's privacy is the unspoken rule of the secret keeper industry. I see, a small chance event? Yes, this is the legendary luck of a novice. There are always a few novices who enter the secret realm for the first time and get treasures that veterans have not been able to get for many years. The senior brother was full of envy for Lu Ping'an's overnight wealth. He gritted his teeth and took the shovel. He worked for nothing for a year, but he still made money and owed this newcomer a favor. Lu Ping'an was thinking, he felt that this might not be just the luck of a novice, but after the stranger pleased the shop owner, the other party hoped to come back next time fishing bait. By the way, I have some gains here. Since the transaction was considered a pleasant one, Lu Ping'an directly dumped out a pile of garbage, all gifts from the four wolves. But this time, the result disappointed him a little. It may add up to more than 10,000. I'm not very good at estimating prices. You can go to the store over there. They specialize in this. The shipment volume is large, and there is no need to worry about the subsequent troubles. Miss Xiao, who was in charge of the transaction, smiled politely, implying that we don't accept garbage. Lu Ping'an was not annoyed, he just put it away and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he gave a buff to Senior Brotherly, who was happy with the transaction. It's free, try it. 3 quotas a day, don't waste it. As soon as he left, Lu Ping'an directly transferred the money through his mobile phone, and then a phone call came in. It's me, did you receive the 20,000? Don't worry, it's not a scam, I said I'm doing well, don't worry, Dad is fine. No matter how well he said he was doing, it would be better to just transfer the money. Lu Ping'an, smiling, talking, and walking. Chapter 46. The Lady of the Forest? As Lu Ping'an became more familiar with this world, more differences between the two worlds emerged. For example, since there are true gods in this world, the myths of the earth have either disappeared without a trace or changed to a different version. Speaking of the Lady of the Forest, it reminds me of the earth myths. Diana, the goddess of the forest in Nemi, and the king of the forest are so similar. Diana, the goddess of the forest in ancient Nemi, near present-day Italy, was a goddess in charge of forests, beasts, livestock, and the fertility of the earth. She had holy water that healed diseases, and her priests were called the king of the forest. And her most memorable deed is that her king of the forest is not fixed. The king of the forest of each generation has a higher status, but will be killed by the successor. Or to put it another way, the winner of the forest fight is the short-lived priest who is destined to die. And their god is eager to watch the bloody slaughter of believers in the forest. Even a lowly slave can become the new king as long as he successfully kills the noble king of the forest. This scene made Lu Pingyan somewhat familiar. Isn't this the way Chris played it back then? Are all gods of life so cruel, or is it because this is the essence of the so-called life? Lu Pingyan couldn't answer, but it didn't affect his re-understanding of the kind woman in the forest. Since I plan to go further on the path of the gardener, I am destined to deal with her more. In the future, I will kill in her secret realm. In the information Lu Pingyan got, there are 3 more gods of life, namely Candle Holder, King of Harvest and Food, and Blood Rose of Love. But to be honest, their reputations are quite subtle, and only Blood Rose can provide a gardener path. Going up, the same road is subtly different. Simply put, it is a battle gardener who tends to fight, which is considered an evil path by the traditionalists. It is said that there are several evil gods of the life system, but Lu Pingyan does not have the authority to access relevant information. Considering Chris's temper, they are probably more treacherous than Lin knew, and they may also involve the so-called mother goddess. Lu Pingyan does not want his surveillance level to be upgraded again. The daughter of the forest who craves blood and killing is actually the god of life with the best reputation. Can you believe it? Lu Pingyan does not think that this truth can be hidden from everyone. Lin Nu does not seem to cover it up at all. He is so popular that he owns many companies and medical facilities in this city. Most of them are the result of comparing the worst. Humans need a relatively friendly and orderly life master. After talking to his family, Xia Qin also called and asked where he was. It seems that she has something to find him. She casually said, "I'll be back soon," and Lu Pingyan also set off on his way home. But the cat was stimulated enough, leaving a sentence, "I'm going to train, meow," and ran to practice more. It is worth mentioning that when Lu Pingyan was selling stolen goods, he met their original owners, the 4 wolves in the wilderness. "Oh, we meet again." The boy looked at them with a smile, while in a corner of the store, the 4 wolves who dominated the newcomer area did not dare to breathe and froze there. "Hello, hello." The eldest brother was stunned, and the second wolf who was pushed out wanted to cry without tears. "How did you run into this evil star here? Have you eaten? What are you doing here? We are familiar with this place and need help." The next moment, he almost slapped himself in the face. This is a store that specializes in selling stolen goods. What else can you do here? His group is an old customer here, and he plans to buy some equipment on credit to do his old business. Of course, the other party is here. Bang! Lu Pingyan dumped a sack of stolen goods directly on the table and asked the clerk to help with the valuation. He sold the other party's things in front of the original owner, and looked at the second wolf with a strange look, wondering what kind of stupid question is this. The clerk of the stolen goods store was also very familiar with the equipment of the old customers. After a brief inspection, he also looked at the 4 wolves with a subtle expression. Isn't this the equipment of these guys? Did they hit the steel plate? The total value is about 16,000, but you know the rules here. I'll give you 10,000, will you sell it? It was less than expected, but Lu Pingyan was too lazy to spend time looking for channels and sellers. He nodded and agreed, and successfully sold the stolen goods in front of the original owner. Too arrogant, too arrogant. I want to expose this guy's disguise. He is not a strong man. He is just a newcomer. The big wolf already knew everything. He gritted his teeth and planned to go all out and expose his false face. You. Brother, don't. Brother, we know your courage. You will always be our good brother. But don't. Then, he was pulled by his brothers. Those who hugged his legs, those who hugged his hands, and those who pulled his head, fearing that he would be impulsive and take his brothers with him. Don't stop me. I'm going to fight this guy. How could the brothers stop Big Wolf from having such a bad temper? Hearing this, Lu Pingyan turned around and glanced at Big Wolf, just a glance with a smile. Big Wolf froze. He is really a newcomer. Chapter 47. Is he pretending to be weak and trying to make fun of me? Killing people in the secret realm is one thing, and killing people outside is illegal, but if we take the initiative to attack and he defends himself. Conspiracy? This must be a conspiracy. I wisely see through everything, and I must not let the conspiracy succeed. In an instant, dozens of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the wise old wolf saw through everything. Ouch! Why are you doing this? You can't move me even if you hold me. Let me go. Let me fight him. So, the big wolf was held back by his brothers and took a big step back. Boom! Everyone exerted force in one direction and turned into a rolling ball. Looking at the four wolves rolling in the corner, Lu Ping'an laughed. These guys were really funny. He shook his head, checked the decoration of the store, and when the clerk finished settling the bill, he was ready to take the money and leave. But when Lu Ping'an was really ready to leave, the wise big wolf was ready to move again. He's not lying to me again, is he? If he's really a rookie, we'll watch our equipment being sold, and with Xiao Zhang's promotion, how can we four wolves have the face to survive in the world? He just started to move, and his brothers rushed up and killed him completely. Brother, just think of it as brothers begging for help. Just bear with it, forget it. Life is important, this is not a secret place. The big wolf struggled more and more. He was hesitant whether he would lose face or his life, but the next moment, he didn't have to hesitate. The door of the grocery store suddenly opened, and a group of people came in, some of whom were old acquaintances of Lu Ping'an. Have you heard that the scum of the Dragon Snake Gang was attacked and 11 people were killed on the spot? They don't know who did it yet. It seems that there were plant-based explosives at the scene. It might be a high-level gardener. Ha, I said it before, this kind of business makes little money and offends people. Maybe a big boss is unhappy with them. The people who came didn't talk much, but the store was so big, how could they not hear it? Plant-based explosion? High-level gardener? In an instant, the four wolves froze. Some of them took a breath of cold air, some swallowed hard, and some turned pale. The next moment, the four heads subconsciously looked at Lu Ping'an. Shoo! With a smile on his face, he made a zippering gesture with his thumb. Then, he received a series of crazy nods. Oh, you're really good. The boy smiled, took the money and left. What, the zipper was pulled at the wrong height, and the neck was crossed? Probably, he was not yet familiar with the gesture to keep it a secret. Chapter 48. Sophist? Who is he? Lu Ping'an had just returned home and had not even entered the house when he met Xiao Qin, who looked tired. She threw a file bag over and took Lu Ping'an away. Yes, she took him away instead of leaving him behind. During this period, stay at the hotel. I will contact you directly. Don't open the door except for familiar people. And the things in the bag were the reasons. Sophist, formerly known as Yuan Dunxing, was suspected to be a fourth-level professional. He was once a member of the Xi'an District Special Service Team and is now a Class A wanted person. He committed bloody crimes in 2 years, resulting in the deaths of 167 people and causing more than 20 special service members to retire directly. These days, being a policeman seems to be a high-risk profession. The information says that he was bewitched by a certain evil god and joined a cult? Do you have any impression, Chris? There was no response from the other side, and it seemed that she was still angry, but Lu Ping'an knew how to make her speak. He came to us, and I need his detailed information. There was a rare sincerity in his words. In this regard, Lu Ping'an and Big Cat had common interests. I don't know. Isn't he your subordinate? You are a gang leader, would you care about another unknown little brother today? I just remembered that he didn't seem to follow me at the beginning, he should have jumped from other organizations. Well, it turns out that the A-level wanted criminal is just an unknown little brother in your eyes. Lu Ping'an flipped through the information. He also heard about the famous Dongxiang shopping mall explosion 2 years ago. It was said that it was an explosion caused by a serious safety accident. More than 100 victims committed suicide collectively, and dozens of survivors only self-mutilated, but their limbs were separated and could not be restored for life. There were some photos of the scene in the folder, which were horrible. He was a taboo scholar at the first level, a contract at the second level, a negotiation expert at the third level, and only eyewitness reports at the fourth level. He was an advanced professional from the evil god. Judging from the information, he was a guy who fought with his mouth. The advice given by Xia Qin in the note was, "Don't contact, don't fight, once you encounter, turn around and run. The most important thing is to never talk to him." It sounded like an ultimate big boss, but Lu Ping'an felt subtle. This sophist, how come he looks like a bait? Not only did he commit a murder right after he arrived, alarming the local security department, he was also afraid that the incident was not big enough, so he made a mini statue of the mother goddess in his own mark, making the murder scene look like a blood god sacrifice. In Lu Ping'an's view, he is not important, but the people behind him are important. A person who Chris has no impression of is unlikely to pose a threat to her. But if this bait is eaten by someone, the fisherman behind will naturally come out. Follow the bait to find the person behind? The risk is too great. If the bait is all level 4, who will deal with a level 6 or 7 boss who really jumps out? Now the boss is probably in this city, but he is just worried about Chris's condition and uses this little fish to test. Hide first, the storm is coming, be prepared to be found, I need more self-protection power. If the strength is enough, Lu Ping'an would have killed it long ago. Just like today in the secret realm, if the individual strength crushes the opponent, there is no need for any deception, just push all the way. TSK, 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 a bit depressed, I hope the leaks can work harder. Chris, I'll be free. Lu Ping'an and Chris chatted when they were free. Now both sides were on the same boat in all aspects, and they needed to improve their relationship. Time flew by, and the prospective college entrance examination candidate, who was tired of chatting, flipped through the textbooks and fell asleep happily. On the second day, the first person to be divided into groups, Cat, gave Lu Ping'an a surprise. Animal breeding skills LV1, 3 out of 100. Animal taming and command skills LV1, 7 out of 100. The experience fed back by Cat, in addition to allowing the runner's professional skills and abilities to be further improved, also gave something extra. It's a tamer. The little guy was stimulated by you. Let's get a part-time job when we go back. Now that you mention it, she just broke through the first level runner. If she doesn't plan to challenge higher, it's indeed a good time to get a part-time job. But it seems that she is taming animals? It sounds like this profession is a bit weak. Weak? Oh, this is my first profession. Have you forgotten? Yesterday, the power of that bitch fell on your gardener's shovel. What if it fell on the pet you brought with you? It's not only humans who can be contaminated. Lu Ping'an silently took notes. He has mastered the skills of communicating with big cats. As long as he behaves shallowly and aggressively enough, Chris will naturally jump out to correct him. As long as it involves the daughter of the forest, the big cat's aggressiveness will double directly. Lu Ping'an suspected that there was some past, but he was too lazy to ask. But don't say that, in a few words, Lu Ping'an also realized the horror of this path. Taming, as the name suggests, is to tame wild beasts, but the scope of this beast is the same as the plant of the gardener. It can be a local demonized animal or a demon beast from the outside world. But unlike gardeners who are constantly chasing after stronger magic plants, most animal trainers are obsessed with training their own pets. Chapter 49. She has the ability of a cat, so she should be able to communicate with her own kind. As long as she finds a good and obedient cat, she can make the other party bear the pollution, and achieve nearly double the combat power increase in growth rate. The biggest disadvantage of demonized animals is that they are very easy to go berserk, which is not a problem in front of cats. So, she has potential? There are many people with potential. Xiaqin and Leihua Blade are not bad, but only 1 in 10 can finally realize their potential and live safely to the 3rd level. Lu Ping'an also inquired about it. In the real superpower world, being a common thing does not mean that it is not strong. The beast system is famous for having a high lower limit and a high upper limit, but it grows slowly. But for him. With me here, it shouldn't be difficult. At this time, Lu Ping'an was seriously considering whether to change a long-term cooperation contract for the cat. It seems that it is difficult to find such a diligent and cute leek. Ha! Did I increase the runner a little too much? Light chasing running technique LV up. Current LV2, 55/100. Swift breathing technique LV up. Current LV2, 41/100. Yesterday, Mau only gave me 30 points in total, but today it doubled to nearly 60 points. This increase should exceed the so-called limit of effort. Is it the share of the secret realm? After she obtained the gift of the secret realm, can she give me another share? It seems that in addition to long-term training objects, the extra quota can be used to find someone to invest at the entrance of the secret realm. The capitalist of the new era nodded with satisfaction and cast his eyes on the next leak. After the diligent Mau gave Lu Ping'an a surprise, the two gardeners gave him quite plain but useful. This is indeed what I need most, the professional skills and professional abilities of a gardener. I can buy some seeds and plant some fields. When Lu Ping'an set his sights on his gardener path, he also found what he had been missing. The essence fragment of the explosion module? What is this? Chapter 50. The old garden exudes a new glow, and the old, decayed floor tiles are covered with new white bricks. Although the bricks are fragile and simple, far from the sense of history and art of the past, they are full of the simple style and pragmatism that young people like. The Colosseum, which is like a relic of civilization, also looks brand new, with a modern and simple style similar to the Chaser Stadium. Even the only high-rise building in the secret realm, the 3-story church, has become a modern hotel building. And this scene, perhaps, is the root cause of the big cat's unhappy face. I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. Can't blame me for this? Humph. The big cat didn't say anything, but the frustration in it could not be concealed. Even if she knew that this moment would happen sooner or later, when it really came, when hundreds of years of accumulation became the starting point for others, she still couldn't bear it. She took a deep breath and her face became calm again. Come on, we may be together for a long time in the future. Let me, the manager, introduce you to the secret realm, your life bank. She was too calm, and there was no reluctance on her face, which made Lu Ping'an a little uneasy. Have you let it go? Oh, maybe later, but definitely not now. Now, I am just fulfilling my duty, the duty of the local secret realm manager, my respected master. The deliberately drawn-out voice was full of undisguised hatred and self-mockery. At this moment, Lu Ping'an finally relaxed. Perhaps Chris will finally see the reality and have a good talk one day, but it is definitely not now. Originally, my world was a super large secret realm, a complete world, a super doomsday arc. Walking on the road, even if she deliberately kept calm, her arms were still shaking. But as an affiliate of this world, she must fulfill her service obligations. The current life bank, because there are only two parts left, the original Mother Goddess Church, the current bank building, and the original Colosseum, the current arena. The life bank is Lu Ping'an's ability, but it is not just his personal thing. This secret realm, this small world, is the real life bank. Life bank is not something that newcomers can have, because to achieve that level of self-defined rules, there must be a world as the cornerstone. From another perspective, only by owning your own world can you set your own rules in the world and spread them to the outside world. Simply put, this small world is the body and hardware of the life bank, and Lu Ping'an is actually just the owner and user of the bank. Since Lu Ping'an did not have the ability to control this small world at that time, his rank was too low, the bank directly extracted the spirit of Chris, quasi-god, and turned it into the manager of the small world. To put it nicely, she is the acting president of the bank, and to put it bluntly, it is the management software, AI, with its own operating system. Before Lu Ping'an did not clarify her own abilities and completely start the life bank, she could still jump around and play some tricks. Now the whole system has started to run. As a management AI, she must obey the orders within the authority of Lu Ping'an Bank and serve the prosperity and evolution of the life bank. Just like your voice navigation system has self-awareness, it can only be restricted by rules, and generally scold you while honestly pointing the way. In a sense, the secret realm life bank, Tolling Keldales, and the owner Lu Ping'an are a trinity, and the lack of any component will cause the overall collapse. But from another perspective, it is also a relationship of mutual loss and mutual gain. The evolution of Lu Ping'an and Life Bank has just begun, and this struggle has not ended. This is the bank lobby, and it is also a place to handle business, but if I am not mistaken, you will not open this secret realm to the outside world in the short term, so this place is just a decoration. The small service hall of the building is completely different from the bank office in Lu Pingan's memory. The overall decoration style is classical and warm. There are sofas and classical furniture from the last century in the center of the hall, and melodious jazz music echoes in the hall. The whole style is similar to a slightly higher-end historical hotel. There is no counter separated by glass, only a service desk like the front desk of a hotel, and a large wine cabinet. People keep a certain distance from each other, not too noisy and not too lonely. Such an environment makes Lu Pingan feel very comfortable. Of course, there is no one behind the front desk now. In a short period of time, no second life will enter the entire secret realm. By the way, can't the secret realm set its own rules? Just like your original life in exchange for power, the winner survives, and that no death in the secret realm of the forest, can I set my own rules in this secret realm? First of all, you can't do it now, and then, the rules have been set when the bank was born. Chris's expression was a little strange, and she glanced out the window. It was the only building in the local area, the Colosseum, which was originally a duel for life to sublimate. In this secret realm, only transactions are allowed, and force cannot be used, except for gladiatorial events in the gymnasium. Isn't this completely opposite to Chris's secret realm rules? Now, even Lu Pingan's expression was very subtle. He felt that there was really something in the dark. How could he target the poor big cat like this? Okay. Chapter 51. Master, what do you want? Are you here to show off your victory to the poor loser Keldales? Well, you have seen it all, there is nothing here, please go back after showing off. Looking at the manager full of resentment, Lu Pingan was also a little helpless. At this time, both parties were in the same boat and had needs for each other, and he didn't want to provoke the other party unnecessarily. If I say, I just came to see, do you believe it? Chris looked at him calmly without saying a word. Okay, I'll tell you the truth, I have used up all the credit points of the Lina Church, and the magic seeds and gardener suits have just been delivered. I'm here to plant some land, can you help me find a field? It would be best if you could help me cultivate the land and take care of it. You are a veteran in the life system, so you should know a little bit. As he spoke, Lu Pingan lifted the full sack. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. But the logic was not wrong. Lu Pingan's planting of magic plants meant that his gardener rank was improved, which meant the overall evolution of the life bank, which meant the sharing of profits by the Trinity, and which meant that the management AI should serve it. Poor Chris, in the end, could only sigh realistically, and then raised her head helplessly. Covering her smooth forehead, closing her eyes, she squeezed out a word from her teeth. Yes. Lu Pingan never thought that one day, he would be able to hear such complex emotions from a single word. Anger, unwillingness, frustration, helplessness, and resignation. It's like life is too bitter, marry a chicken and follow the chicken, marry a dog and follow the dog, close your eyes and just think of it as being bitten by a dog. Thanks guys, that's for today. Please like and subscribe to my channel. 10 likes for next part. Thanks again.